Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is my honor to welcome you to the 10th edition of the Bucharest Forum, organized in partnership with the Bucharest office of the German Marshall Fund of the United States. This year's edition marks a very special double anniversary. Firstly, Aspen Institute Romania celebrates this year 15 years since its founding. During these years, the Institute actively contributed to the development of our society by promoting values-based leadership, encouraging individuals to reflect and act in accordance with the ideals and ideas that define a good society. Furthermore, using the Aspen method, the Institute has provided a neutral, balanced, multi-stakeholder venue for discussing and acting on critical issues confronting our society, as shown by the success of our public policy programs and public events. Secondly, Bucharest Forum, our main annual event, is now celebrating its 10th edition. We are grateful to Mircea Joană, the founding president of the Aspen Institute Romania, and the other board members for having the vision to put Romania on the international map and developing one of the most prestigious conferences in Central and Southeast Europe and the wider Black Sea region. Ladies and gentlemen, Bucharest Forum has managed to become a successful multi-regional platform for innovation, forward-looking thinking on economic and security policies, and for promoting an action-oriented dialogue between governments, private sector, and civil society. Many high-level decision makers, international experts, and journalists, high-ranking private sector representatives, as well as members of the civil society and academia from Romania and the region, have contributed with their expertise to the success of Bucharest Forum. The fact that this year's edition is organized under the high patronage of the President of Romania honors us, showing appreciation for the development of our flagship event over these 10 years. This year's anniversary edition focuses on the twin digital and green revolution, which are now crucial to the current geopolitical competition. Economic models around the world will have to cater the ambitious climate goals in order to remain competitive and sustainable, and only those states and societies able to adapt to the new paradigm will be successful and influential on the world stage. At the same time, the digital transition and technological innovations are reshaping industries and disrupting existing businesses and operating models. The future belongs to those able to integrate in their economic models new trends in the fields of automation, artificial intelligence, data exchange, and e-governance solutions. Furthermore, considering recent global developments, Aspen Institute Romania's Board of Trustees decided that resilience should become a transversal topic addressed in all public policy programs and public events of the Institute. Hence, this year's edition of the Bucharest Forum will also analyze methods of improving the resilience of democratic societies in the face of a variety of military and non-military shocks, debating long-term opportunities and challenging for policymakers, business leaders, and citizens alike. Last but certainly not least, this year's edition marks the launch of the Romanian Worldwide Innovation Network, RWIN. Developed by Aspen Institute Romania, RWIN aims to be a platform for sharing expertise and knowledge, connecting leaders and ideas for a competitive and innovative Romania. While many Romanians prove to be energetic innovators, much of this talent has gone abroad in search of more lucrative opportunities. Aspen Institute Romania seeks to connect Romanian innovation, champions living abroad, and willing to offer strategic guidance and support to local entrepreneurs and ecosystem builders in order to help shape the next generation of leaders in innovation in the countries. Ladies and gentlemen, concluding my opening intervention, I would like to thank all our partners who offer their valuable support in the organization of this event. Co-organizer and closest partner of our institute over these years, the Bucharest office of the German Marshall Fund of the United States. International partners, Government of Romania, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Romania, Minister of National Defense of Romania, Chamber of Deputies of Romania, European Commission representation in Romania. Main partners, Vodafone, Microsoft, Mastercard, UiPass, Modex, Raiffeisen Bank, Unicredit Bank Romania, Enel. Partners, OMV Petrom, Banca Transilvania, MOL, Rompetrol, Neolife, Socol, Reveal Marketing and Research. Knowledge partners, the Aspen Institute US, Aspen France, Aspen Amanta Center India, Ernst & Young Romania, Purdue Center for Technical Diplomacy, and media partners, Ager Press, Scala European. Thank you. I am looking forward to 2 full days of thought-provoking debates. And now I invite Alina.
Good morning everyone who had the courage to join us in person, and good morning to all of you who are following us on Facebook and other distribution channels. For me, it is the 10th time I have the pleasure and honor to open the Bucharest Forum. And I presume that some of you will ask, why are you still doing it? Why are you still opening the forum? Why are you still organizing the forum? And why do you insist that the forum has to be put together? And each time the answer is simpler and simpler as the context is more and more complicated. It's obvious. We are facing multiple crises inside the country, inside the region, within Europe, within the transatlantic space. And it is my belief, and it is the belief of everybody who has worked so hard at putting this forum together, that this context, this crisis, force us to open platforms of debate, platforms of discussions, platforms where people of different views, different approaches, and different attitudes even have to come together and discuss. Because of the difficulty of the times, we need to find solutions, we need to look for solutions at least if we don't find them, which go deeper than the little patches that we've had in the past, which go much deeper and which shake some of the beliefs that some people share, that some organizations share, that some countries share. That's why I think the Bucharest Forum remains a very important platform, and it is with a great honor and even joy that each year we come together to put this platform. Why this forum is different in this 10th edition than in the previous 9 ones? We tried even harder this time to bring together, as I said, people, speakers, even participants of different views, of different opinions, of even antagonizing and opposing views and opinions. And we do want to have all of these voices being heard, because we think it's extremely important to have everybody being heard when these solutions of the depth I mentioned before have to be found. That's what we are trying to bring different with the agenda of this year's edition. This is what we're trying to bring different with the speakers of this year's edition. We do not aim, nor do we pretend, that solutions will be found during this forum. This would be wonderful, but I know that it's impossible. But what we hope is that we succeed to ask the right questions. And if we do so, probably half of the problems will be solved. So thank you again for joining us. Thank you for the patience that you will have throughout the 2 days. It's going to be interesting, it's going to be dynamic, it's going to be interactive, so do not sit back and just relax, because you have to be part of the conversation, and we have the right moderators and the right speakers to engage you into the conversation. Thank you again, and we'll have 2 brief interventions on behalf of the President of Romania, Klaus Iohannis, and also Jens Stoltenberg, the Secretary General of NATO. Thank you.
Bună ziua și bine v-am găsit! Ne face plăcere ca și administrația prezidențială să fie alături de Bucharest Forum, care și-a afirmat conținutul vizionar încă de acum 10 ani, de la prima sa ediție, cu accent pe relevanța geostrategică și economică, ceea ce este esențial în raport cu provocările excepționale, aș spune, pe care le traversăm în prezent pe fondul pandemiei sau al crizei energetice. Astăzi, având alături diploma înaltului patronaj prezidențial pentru Bucharest Forum 2021, care va ajunge în curând la dumneavoastră, îmi revine onoarea de a transmite în cele ce urmează mesajul președintelui României orientat optimist către provocările strategice post-pandemie. Felicit Institutul Aspen România pentru dubla sa aniversare, 15 ani de la înființarea Institutului și un deceniu de la primul Bucharest Forum. Am oferit înaltul patronaj acestei ediții aniversare ca recunoașterea eforturilor depuse de către fondatorii și reprezentanții Institutului Aspen în promovarea dialogului aprofundat dintre guverne și mediul privat, în domenii cheie precum securitatea, economia, energia, tranziția verde și cea digitală. După aproape 2 ani de la declanșarea acestei pandemii cu efecte profunde la nivel global, dialogul deschis este astăzi mai necesar ca oricând. Criza sanitară reprezintă nu doar o lecție dură, ci și prilejul de a genera o schimbare a modelelor de dezvoltare a statelor și de apariția unei noi paradigme în economie, cu accent pe securitatea sanitară, energetică sau alimentară. În planul securității energetice, ne confruntăm în acest an cu provocarea unei crize generate de creșterea puternică a prețurilor la energie. Consider că se impune o abordare convergentă, pe termen mediu și lung, la nivelul întregii Uniuni Europene, care să țintească problemele structurale ale sectorului energetic, dar și pe cele ale pieței comune în domeniul energiei. Reducerea dependenței de furnizorii terți din afara Uniunii, creșterea independenței energetice și diversificarea surselor de aprovizionare cu energie sunt doar câteva dintre soluțiile sustenabile pe care trebuie să mizăm. În acest scop, am solicitat luna trecută Comisiei Europene includerea energiei nucleare și a gazului natural în actul delegat din cadrul pachetului legislativ al taxonomiei, care să fie prezentat cât mai curând posibil. România beneficiază de un mix energetic echilibrat, însă avem nevoie de noi capacități energetice sustenabile, care să confirme potențialul de a deveni un jucător regional important în acest domeniu. Proiectele de exploatare a gazelor naturale offshore din Marea Neagră sunt o oportunitate pe care trebuie să o valorificăm responsabil. Am convingerea că proiectul Neptune Deep, care va fi gestionat de OMV Petrom și Romgaz, va demara cât mai curând și va reprezenta un model pentru inițiativele viitoare. În domeniul energetic nuclear avem o cooperare foarte bună cu partenerul nostru strategic, Statele Unite ale Americii, cu care am încheiat recent un acord prin care România se pregătește să integreze reactoarele modulare mici în sistemul energetic național. România vizează să atingă, pe termen lung, un echilibru eficient între reactoarele CANDU și noile tehnologii, contând în acest sens și pe o strânsă colaborare cu Franța, în baza parteneriatului nostru strategic. Doamnelor și domnilor, capacitatea de adaptare a unei economii se află în strânsă legătură cu gradul de digitalizare. Pandemia a accelerat puternic tendințele către robotizare, utilizarea inteligenței artificiale și a tehnologiilor blockchain și, proporțional, nevoia de adecvare a securității cibernetice. Investițiile în inovare tehnologică și transformare digitală sunt în creștere și îmbracă forme tot mai variate. România și-a propus, pentru perioada următoare, mai mult decât o simplă recuperare a decalajelor pe zona de societate digitală. Astfel, măsurile de sprijinire a tranziției digitale reprezintă o cincime din totalul de 29 de miliarde de euro al Planului Național de Redresare și Reziliență. Aceste măsuri pot susține un salt tehnologic de anvergură prin investiții semnificative în infrastructura IT&C, dar și prin sprijinirea inovării, a integrării noilor tehnologii și a dezvoltării de competențe digitale adaptate. Țara noastră este pe locul 4 în Uniunea Europeană la numărul de absolvenți în tehnologia informațiilor și comunicațiilor și este momentul să fructificăm acest atu valoros. Prin implicarea directă a mediului de afaceri din sectorul IT&C românesc, sunt convins că putem deveni un hub de inovare digitală. În acest sens, ne bucurăm că România a devenit țara gazdă a Centrului European Industrial, Tehnologic și de Cercetare în materie de securitate cibernetică, cu rol esențial în asigurarea securității digitale, precum și a rețelelor informatice în domenii vitale, cum ar fi sănătatea, transporturile, energia, ori piețele financiar-bancare. Stimați invitați, criza sanitară ne-a arătat că securitatea și reziliența rămân nucleul de forță al fiecărui stat. Instrumentele necesare protejării împotriva utilizării malițioase a noilor tehnologii excedează însă capabilitățile unei singure țări, astfel încât numai împreună putem reduce riscurile induse de aceste pericole. România susține necesitatea dialogului internațional extins pentru conturarea regulilor privind tehnologiile emergente, în linie cu principiile și valorile democratice cu care noi ne identificăm: protejarea drepturilor omului, a libertăților fundamentale și respectarea statului de drept. Din această perspectivă, este deosebit de importantă asigurarea coordonării și complementarității inițiativelor derulate de către Alianța Nord-Atlantică și Uniunea Europeană. În acest efort comun se înscrie și inițiativa României de a înființa, la București, Centrul Euro-Atlantic pentru Reziliență, care va constitui un pol de excelență și un furnizor de expertiză pentru NATO și comunitatea europeană. Doamnelor și domnilor, provocările din sfera sanitară, energetică sau a securității nu vor înceta să existe. De aceea trebuie să ne mobilizăm adecvat în raport cu interesele strategice naționale și regionale pentru a ne asigura reziliența și securitatea. Felicit încă o dată Institutul Aspen Romania pentru crearea platformei de dialog Bucharest Forum. Numai prin dialogul consistent dintre organismele interne și internaționale, mediul de afaceri și societatea civilă, vom putea identifica instrumentele optime în raport cu provocările economice și sociale actuale. Modul în care acționăm astăzi configurează capacitatea noastră de răspuns de mâine. Vă doresc sănătate și mult succes în continuare. Vă mulțumesc!
Good afternoon all, and many thanks to the Aspen Institute Romania and the Bucharest office of the German Marshall Fund for inviting me to address this distinguished audience on this special occasion. It is the 10th anniversary of the Bucharest Forum and the 15th anniversary of the Aspen Institute Romania. So I want to congratulate you on establishing an essential platform for reflection and dialogue on critical issues confronting our societies in Romania, the wider region and beyond. The growing pressure on the rules-based international order is one such critical issue. Today, authoritarian powers are openly undermining global rules to increase their power and influence. They are seeking to challenge our democracies in many domains: economic, technological, political, and military. Russia is increasingly aggressive. It interferes in other countries' affairs. It has used force against its neighbors, and it has invested significantly in new capabilities, including advanced nuclear weapons. Russia continues its massive military buildup, as we see now around the borders of Ukraine, as well as its assertive behavior in the strategically important region of the Black Sea. Meanwhile, China is using its might to coerce other countries and control its own people. It is investing heavily in new technologies like hypersonic gliders, and it is expanding its global economic and military footprint from Africa to the Arctic, in space and in cyberspace. In addition, we face more frequent and sophisticated cyber attacks, hybrid tactics, as we see from Belarus, a persistent terrorist threat, the proliferation of nuclear weapons, and the security impact of climate change. We must deal with this new reality. And the best way to do that is together. Europe and North America together in NATO. That is why NATO leaders took decisions at our Brussels summit in June to reinforce transatlantic unity and strengthen NATO as the indispensable forum to consult, decide and, when necessary, act on all issues that affect our security. We agreed NATO 2030, an ambitious agenda for our future security, to keep our people safe in this more unpredictable world. We decided to sharpen our technological edge, so we are investing in the latest technologies, from artificial intelligence to biotech and quantum computers. We are developing a defense innovation accelerator for the North Atlantic, what we call Diana, to facilitate transatlantic cooperation and exchanges on critical technologies. And we launched a new NATO Innovation Fund to invest in startups that will help meet our security needs and strengthen the technological bond between Europe and North America. At the summit, we also decided to address the impact of climate change on our security. Allies are already investing in sustainable solutions, including biofuels for jet aircraft and solar panels to power equipment. And for the first time, NATO is developing a way to map military emissions across the lines, so we can cut them. Another decision we took at the last summit was to make our societies stronger, our infrastructure more resilient, and our supply chains more secure. Our potential adversaries are using our vulnerabilities to advance their interest, investing our critical infrastructure as a way to interfere in our societies, and trying to exploit our dependencies on essential supplies like gas, oil, and rare earth minerals. We are working to establish clearer and more measurable alliance-wide resilience objectives to ensure a minimal level of shared resilience among allies, because we are only as strong as our weakest link. All of these issues, technology, climate, resilience, and in many other areas, we are committed to work even more closely with partners, near and far, countries, organizations, private companies, think tanks, and academic institutions. Closer cooperation is not just nice to do, it is an absolute necessity to ensure we can shape the strategic landscape for the better, compete in a more competitive world, and defend the rules-based international order against those that seek to undermine it. Finally, as part of NATO 2030, we also agreed to develop NATO's next strategic concept. This is one of NATO's most important guiding documents. It gives us an opportunity to reflect on how the world has changed in the last decade, since the last concept was written, and chart the way ahead for the alliance. It is also an opportunity to reaffirm the centrality of the transatlantic bond to our security and our defense, and stress NATO's role as the cornerstone of Euro-Atlantic security. At the Madrid summit in 2022, ally leaders will endorse this new concept, and we will further engage with partners like you to seek your ideas and contributions. Throughout the process, I count on Romania as a staunch and committed ally to continue to contribute to this process. Your voice matters. As we look to Madrid, we will continue to work hard together to keep NATO strong, the rules-based order stable, and our people safe. Thank you, and I wish you a very good conference.
To start the forum with a package, with a cluster of debates on the security, on the regional security, transatlantic security, because it's one of the hottest and most complicated, probably, issues which at least are of interest to us directly as the country and as people. It is for this reason why we have coupled together speeches and a panel which all look, as I said, not only at NATO, but at security at large. To continue in this manner, to continue this line of thought, I have the privilege and the honor to introduce the Minister of Defense of Romania, Mr. Vasile Dâncu. Domnule ministru, vă rog, poftiți.
Bună dimineața! Sunt onorat să particip la Bucharest Forum, la ediția 10-a, eveniment pe care Institutul Aspen și biroul de la București al Fundației Americane German Marshall Fund îl organizează, eu fiind pentru prima oară aici, deși este ediția 10-a. M-am bucurat să aud încă o dată cât de importante sunt asemenea întâlniri, chiar prin vocea secretarului general NATO, care ne-a spus că vocea noastră contează, sau poate să conteze atâta timp cât reflectăm împreună la securitate. Ambele instituții care organizează acest forum merită aprecierile noastre și cred că realizează împreună ceea ce noi visăm în sociologie, un intelectual colectiv. Un intelectual colectiv care astăzi trebuie să ofere un anumit tip de expertiză de care nu eram conștienți poate înainte. Acum 21 de ani, împreună cu prietenul meu, Mircea Joană, eram într-o echipă guvernamentală, atunci amândoi foarte tineri, și lucram la un concept de integrare a României în NATO. Și în acea situație am fost printre primii care am vorbit în ședințele noastre de guvern despre importanța culturii de securitate ca și un element important de soft power. Astăzi, când este tot mai mult evident acest lucru, că reflexia care vine dinspre societatea civilă este un element foarte important al rezilienței, mă bucur să particip la această inițiativă a dumneavoastră și să vă felicit încă o dată din partea Guvernului României pentru contribuția pe care o aduceți la apărarea colectivă, ca să spun așa. Mă bucur și pentru conceptul pe care l-ați ales astăzi, conceptul principal, adică reflexiile care sunt necesare pentru, care vin dinspre societate, spre zona militară, să spunem, pe care o reprezint eu aici, pentru realizarea noului concept strategic al NATO, care va fi elaborat probabil în iunie 2022. Acesta este principalul element de planificare strategică la nivel aliat, pentru că va reprezenta direcțiile de acțiune fundamentale ale NATO pentru asigurarea securității colective. Asistăm la o accelerare a istoriei. Distanța dintre 2010, când a fost elaborat conceptul care funcționează și astăzi, și 2021 este, în această accelerare a istoriei, mai mare de 11 ani. Pentru că s-au produs în acest deceniu schimbări care poate altădată se produceau în 30 sau 50 de ani. Aș spune numai câteva lucruri. Agresivitatea Rusiei, care a cunoscut și cunoaște noi forme, apariția unui nou jucător global în zona de securitate, care este China, destabilizarea flancului sudic ar mai fi un element, amenințările hibride, care deja au cunoscut nu doar forme inițiale, cum era acum 10 ani, forme pe care doar le bănuiam ca fiind, având agresivitate în viitor, ci devenind chiar forme principale. Săptămâna trecută, în prima mea oră, chiar în prima oră de la instalare, ca ministru al apărării, am găzduit la București, împreună cu omologul meu polonez, domnul Mariusz Blaszczak, reuniunea ministrului al apărării din formatul B9. Astfel, mandatul meu este legat, să zicem așa, simbolic, chiar intrinsec de descurajarea și apărarea flancului estic. La finalul acelui eveniment, care a fost pentru mine a fi învățat am fost trimis să învăț să not, aruncat fiind direct în bazin, am agreat o declarație ministerială care, fără îndoială, transmite un mesaj puternic referitor la unitatea aliaților de pe flancul estic, despre relevanța NATO în acest moment, despre nevoia de adaptare și solidaritate și, nu în ultimul rând, a fost un document care arată amenințările la care trebuie să facem față astăzi în această zonă noastră geostrategică. Distinsă audiență, NATO este o alianță puternică. Suntem membrii celei mai de succes alianțe politice și militare din lume, care a dovedit capacitatea de a se adapta rapid la toate tipurile de amenințări și de a furniza cu adevărat securitate. Am spus înainte, în cuvintele dinainte, că ultimul concept strategic, cel din 2010, a fost creat și a fost adaptat unei situații care s-a schimbat masiv. Aș da încă un singur exemplu. Anexarea ilegală a peninsulei Crimea de către Federația Rusă. N-am spus de amenințările cibernetice de astăzi, de marile posibilități de manipulare a societăților prin conceptul de post-adevăr, care a devenit astăzi tot mai prezent, și chiar de intensificarea propagandei. Am predat sociologia comunicării politice și a propagandei ani de zile. La un moment dat mă gândeam să renunț la conceptul de propagandă, nemai fiind oarecum prezent în formele tradiționale. Astăzi însă vedem că a devenit foarte actual, sau poate mai actual decât înainte, când era în forme tradiționale și destul de ușor detectabile pentru un public instruit. Doamnelor și domnilor, situația actuală de securitate de pe flancul estic al NATO este îngrijorătoare, volatilă și prezintă o serie de riscuri semnificative. Rusia desfășoară un plan cuprinzător pentru a-și consolida postura militară și comportamentul asertiv în regiune, existând un potențial important de agresiune la adresa unui stat vecin, la adresa unui stat din proximitatea noastră, Ucraina. Ne confruntăm cu amenințări hibride, precum fluxuri de migranți din Belarus și, în egală măsură, trebuie să găsim răspuns la amenințări prezente de către potențiale adversari globali, precum China. Să nu uităm de impactul schimbărilor climatice asupra societății, care a devenit o amenințare destul de importantă, pe care, din păcate, în societăți ca ale noastre, nu reușim în cultura publică să o impunem ca o îngrijorare și să o impunem atenției atât a celor care se află în autoritățile locale, uneori chiar și autorităților centrale. Ce așteptăm noi de la noul concept strategic? În Europa există o dezbatere și în lume. Membrii NATO au o dezbatere, fiecare are priorități, fiecare gândește poate conform culturii sale acest lucru. Sigur că noul concept strategic, în viziunea noastră, ar trebui, în primul rând, să consolideze rolul NATO ca organizație esențială în ceea ce privește gestiunea provocărilor specifice unui context internațional marcat de competiția dintre marile puteri, de o redeschidere agresivă a competiției dintre marile puteri. Apoi, va trebui și noi vom propune să avansăm o descriere realistă a mediului de securitate. Rusia ar trebui să fie reflectată ca potențială amenințare serioasă la adresa NATO din perspectivă militară. Vechiul concept, bazat pe dialog și pe descurajare, nu-și pierde în acest moment actualitatea. Evident, dialogul trebuie să rămână principala formă și să fie intensificat. Dar am văzut că, cu toate că NATO, timp de un deceniu, a mers pe acest concept, nu a dat, în acest moment vedem că nu a dat rezultate, cel puțin pe termen mediu, poate că doar la început. Apoi am vrea să sublinieze acest concept nou concept strategic, să sublinieze rolul esențial al apărării colective în cadrul celor 3 sarcini fundamentale ale alianței. Deci apărarea colectivă, în viziunea noastră, este un lucru foarte important și cred că dezbaterile interne vor trebui să ajungă la o concluzie la Madrid, că este foarte importantă pentru toate țările, indiferent de mărime, indiferent de poziția geostrategică pe care o au. Să fie centrat, de asemenea, pe relația transatlantică și pe angajamentul aliaților în cadrul NATO. A precizat și secretarul general al NATO acest lucru. Cred că această axă Europa, Statele Unite este foarte importantă în acest moment. Am vrea să se proiecteze stabilitatea prin mecanismul consolidării capacităților, în special în regiunile vulnerabile ale alianței, adică Estul Europei, Balcanii de Vest și zona sudică. De asemenea, trebuie să se focalizeze pe relația NATO-Uniunea Europeană. Ar trebui să urmărim ca cele 2 procese strategice privind elaborarea conceptului strategic și cel al busolei strategice să se desfășoare într-o manieră coordonată și într-o sinergie perfectă, contribuind la revitalizarea relației NATO-Uniunea Europeană. Considerăm că este normal să gândim o complementaritate și nu o competiție, nici o segmentare a eforturilor pe care Uniunea Europeană și NATO le face în acest moment. Dacă vom găsi o formulă a unei complementarități perfecte, atunci credem că este un mare succes al noului concept strategic. Ar trebui, de asemenea, credem noi, să se focalizeze asupra tehnologiilor emergente și disruptive, care astăzi erau doar un potențial acum 10 ani, acum sunt folosite mereu, tot mai des cu rea credință și acest lucru devine o amenințare importantă. Doamnelor și domnilor, în final aș vrea să menționez că alianța noastră de 72 de ani trebuie să răspundă în egală măsură unor provocări convenționale, emergente, dar și viitoare, provenite din diferite surse și de multiplă natură. Trebuie nu doar să răspundem la provocări venite din vecinătatea estică, dar în același timp să găsim răspunsuri la provocările reprezentate de o Chină tot mai puternică și asertivă. Trebuie de asemenea să continuăm să luptăm împotriva amenințării terorismului, care reprezintă, și s-a văzut asta în ultimii ani, o amenințare directă la adresa țărilor și a cetățenilor. Este îndreptată mai mult împotriva cetățenilor. Aș vrea să mai spun un lucru care noi, românii, îl simțim foarte bine și cei care suntem mai vechi în politică o vedem ca fiind foarte important. NATO nu este numai o siglă, nu este numai o umbrelă de securitate. NATO este un model de civilizație și de cultură. În momentul în care România a ajuns să facă parte din acest grup, din această familie strategică, și-a asumat obligația de a avansa în modernizare. Ne spunea secretarul general NATO adineauri că este nevoie de societăți puternice pentru asta. Și aici este nevoie nu numai de infrastructură, de cultură de securitate, ci de o reziliență specială. Pentru că reziliența, despre care se vorbește foarte mult,
And now we
are
have
două
a
sensuri, dacă ne uităm foarte atent. Este un sens european, chiar dacă amândouă vin dintr-un verb latin. Un concept european pentru care reziliența înseamnă să fii pregătit, să reziști. Forma asta de rezistență este o formă pasivă, conceptul pasiv al rezilienței. Limbile anglosaxone au preluat din latină verbul salire, a sări, a merge înainte. Asta înseamnă că trebuie să gândim o reziliență în dinamică. Trebuie să mergem înainte pentru a fi pregătiți pentru riscuri și amenințări viitoare. Aceasta este o parte din contribuția pe care vrem să o aducem noi și sper să o putem să o aducem nu numai conceptual, ci arătând și o nouă societate. De aceea am făcut o alianță politică care unora li s-a părut nefirească. Nimic nu este nefiresc atunci când este vorba de nevoia de securitate a unei societăți și nevoia de o reziliență specială. Vă asigur că tot ceea ce veți gândi dumneavoastră în aceste paneluri, în aceste ateliere de reflexie, vor fi valorificate de către echipa mea, care lucrează în politici în zona defense și că vor conta pentru ceea ce propunem noi. În numele Guvernului României vă mulțumesc pentru ceea ce faceți. Aspen Institute, German Marshall Fund, mulțumim foarte mult și vă asigurăm de faptul că ceea ce veți lansa aici nu va fi sămânța aruncată pe piatră, cum se spunea într-un document biblic mai vechi. Vă mulțumesc încă o dată.
And now let's start the first conversation of the forum, of the day and of the forum. As I said, it's part of the first cluster on security, regional security, transatlantic security, maybe even international security. And to try to untangle the very complicated context, we thought that the NATO strategic concept that Mr. Minister has already mentioned is probably the best hook or the best lead into the conversation, which is why we dedicated the first panel to this concept to be adopted next year. In order to go into the conversation and to look at the NATO strategic concept, but not only, also look at threats, vulnerabilities, and opportunities, I have three wonderful speakers. I know there are four on the agenda. One of them is going to be with us as a message at the end of the panel. I have three wonderful speakers, and let me introduce them to you. First of all, we have Benedetta Berti, who is the head of policy planning at NATO. Welcome. We then have Hanna Hopko, who was a member of the Ukrainian Rada and now is a very active voice in the Ukrainian public space. Welcome, Hanna. And last but not least, my colleague Michal Baranovsky, who ran the Warsaw office of the German Marshall Fund. Welcome, Michal. The conversation that I want to have, is going to be, as I said, dynamic, and it's going to be interactive. So those of you who have questions, please do send them to us. They will get to me through this wonderful modern device. And for this, I do want to ask all of the speakers to be brief, to be crisp, to be controversial if you want to be controversial, and to keep in mind that a dialogue is what we are looking for. I will start with Benedetta, because you are placed closest to the production of the new strategic concept of NATO, and closest to the debates actually that NATO has on everything that is going on. Benedetta, very briefly, what are the threats, what are the vulnerabilities, and what are the opportunities that NATO tries to tackle in this new context and to put into this new strategic concept?
Great question. Thank you, and good morning. Great to be with you all, although virtually. So I'm going to get right into it. And one of the points I would make is that this is an incredibly important time to adapt our strategic vision, and that's really what the strategic concept is about. And you asked about vulnerabilities, threats, of opportunities. I would start with an important point, and that is if you pick up NATO's last strategic concept, which was written in 2010, the description of the security environment really started by saying the Euro-Atlantic area is at peace and the risk of conflict is low. And I would say this is one of the stark reminders we have that our security environment has significantly changed over the last decade, and I would say also significantly deteriorated, because fast forward to 2021, I would say that today we can no longer take that peace and security for granted. And therefore, we see a security environment that I would say it's the most complex and potentially volatile since the end of the Cold War. And I think that's an important starting point when we want to talk about how do we see the world and how do we see threats, challenges, and vulnerabilities, but also opportunities. And of course, I would be remiss if I didn't mention that Russia's pattern of destabilizing behavior, especially since 2014, is one of the drivers, of course, of this increasingly more unstable security environment, especially in the Euro-Atlantic area. And if you go back to our last NATO summit in 2021, you will see that when leaders came together, they had a pretty clear and stark assessment of Russia's aggressive behavior, from military modernization with a little transparency to contributing to the erosion of the broader arms control, disarmament, and non-proliferation architecture, to engaging in hybrid and cyber activities to seek to undermine also disunity within allies, but also to broader destabilization around our neighborhood. So that's certainly a development that I would imagine would need to be reflected when adapting our security environment. More broadly, and I think this is something that you will have heard also from the Secretary General shortly before his panel, one of the defining characteristic of our current security environment that we didn't so much see in 2010 is definitely the return or the resurgence of strategic competition. And that's also something that I think we need to take into account and be pretty clear-eyed about in terms of how it affects our own security environment. And strategic competition means many things, but I think fundamentally means that we see assertive authoritarian powers competing with us and challenging us across domains and across different dimensions. So we see simultaneous political, diplomatic, economic, technological, and military competition. And that's one of the reasons why resilience, of course, is so important. And I believe this is one of the subjects that was just addressed. We also see, and this is something that we didn't see as clearly 10 years ago, that there is an authoritarian pushback led by Russia and China against the rules-based international order, trying to hollow it from within and from without. And of course, we understand that threats or challenges to the international rules-based order also have an impact on Euro-Atlantic security. So in other words, the actors are changing, the system is changing, and I think these developments will need to be featured in our assessment of the strategic environment and the strategic concept. But, and I'll close with this because I know you really want us to be short and to the point, as we look at the resurgence of near-peer adversaries and state-to-state competition, I also think we should not forget about the pervasive instability that continues to be a defining characteristic of our neighborhood. And especially if we look at our southern neighborhood, and we can see that the convergence between weak or fragile states, conflict, and violence has produced over the last years a state of permanent instability, and that's also something that, of course, has a clear impact on Euro-Atlantic security. So I think we'll have to be realistic, to describe the world as we see it in the strategic concept, and in understanding our vulnerabilities and threats, really look across the alliance across the spectrum. So from the conventional and the state to state potential tensions to the unconventional, below the thresholds, hybrids, cyber threats, but also threats stemming from instability in our neighborhood, and finally, of course, the all-encompassing and transformational impact of climate change on our security, which is also something that I believe we need to feature. And I'll stop here.
That we need to remind everyone, I'm pretty sure everybody who follows us knows this already and knows it very well, but it's important to mention that the strategic concepts are very important documents. They are the second in importance after the treaty, the North Atlantic Treaty, of course. So it's not a small endeavor that is undergoing now at NATO, not at all. Michal, I will turn to you. I know you know all of the debates about the strategic concept, and you have heard how Benedetta described what NATO would like to see included in this concept. Did you hear all of the right words? Did you hear everything you wanted to hear? And having heard what NATO would like to introduce, to include in the strategic concept, do you feel more protected? Do you, living in Poland, feel more protected? And what else would you like to see in there?
Well, it's great to be with you, Alina. It's Benedetta and Hannah and everyone online and in person. At the moment, we don't feel particularly secure, but it's not because of lack of the strategic concept. Right now, the insecurity is caused by Russia that is very actively trying to destabilize and really destroy the European security system, either by attacking Ukraine with the overwhelming force that we have seen in the reports, or by asking the West to go into basically concessions that would mean the end of European strategic stability based on a chapter of Paris principles, including principles of countries, including Ukraine, to choose their own alliances. But of course, the strategic concept will be very important for Poland and for the eastern flank. In many ways, we very much hope it will codify what NATO has done since 2014, which was the biggest reinforcement of the eastern flank, and really return to deterrence and defense, which I think will be a very important part of the concept. There is no question about it. Benedetta mentioned this. Secretary General mentioned it a number of times. I am afraid that our very important strategic discussion that we are having right now, that was also launched by the foreign ministers in Riga, will be overshadowed to a large extent by the current crisis and by Russia changing the situation on the ground as we speak. And I think there are a few aspects that we'll have to focus, both when talking about practical means of answering this right now threats and possibly later on an aggression that is both in practical but also conceptual. And in these, I would mention a few things that I think are critical for the concept. One is, as Benedetta said, as I mentioned, is the emphasis on deterrence and defense, but really across dimensions that also was mentioned before. Russia, but not only Russia, also China and other strategic competitors are attacking us on a daily basis under the threshold of war. So we need to be looking very carefully at what they are doing in the cyberspace, in the economic space, in the migration space. That's something that we have seen on the border between Belarus and Poland, Latvia, and Lithuania, when autocratic regime of Lukashenko was weaponizing migrants and their suffering. Energy is another weapon that Russia is using. So we have to be looking at, and this information, of course, which actually both Russia and China are using very actively. So an aspect that I would emphasize is important for our discussion, both in the run-up to the Madrid summit, when the strategic concept will be presented, but perhaps later on, is how do we deal with this threat below the threshold of war? And Benedetta mentioned resilience, and I fully agree that we need to be looking at the resilience of our societies. But we've had this conversation before with Benedetta. I think it's time for the Alliance to look more actively at things that we as an alliance can show and potentially do to the adversaries as a deterrence by punishment, putting on the table things that allies individually or alliance as a whole can do to deter Russia and other adversaries below the threshold of war. This is in some ways what President Biden was doing with Putin, where he removed the military option, but he pointed to economic and political sanctions that can be introduced. So these are the main themes that I would like to see from the eastern flank, from the perspective of Poland, certainly. But again, unfortunately, I think we are playing in a real time with the biggest strategic danger that we have seen, perhaps since 1989. If the reports are to be believed, and they are, pretty decently prepared by our American allies, the force that Russia is now putting together on the border with Ukraine is not something we have seen in the spring this year, not something we have seen in 2014. It's really a force that we have not seen since the collapse of Soviet Union. So this is very much a real life strategic crisis that the NATO will have to focus on while preparing the strategic concept. Thanks.
Michael, thank you, Michal. Because you mentioned Ukraine, and of course Ukraine is to be mentioned, I do want to turn to Hannah now. Looking beyond the concept, looking beyond what's going to be written in the document, and being on the ground, being very close to the Russian threat, being the subject of the Russian threat. What would you like to see the alliance doing? What do you think it's possible for the alliance to do first on the immediate term? And do you feel that everything that was done so far was enough? And looking forward 10 years from now, if the concept is to cover the next decade, what would you like to see the alliance addressing in the strategic concept when it comes to partners?
Alina, thank you so much for the question, and best greetings from Kyiv. And yesterday, with the support of the NATO Center of Information and Documentation, we conducted the first youth model of NATO PA. 100 young students from all regions of Ukraine participated in this model, and of course they asked a question: when Ukraine will become a member of NATO. So I think it's really important to see in the vision of NATO 2030 how Ukraine and Georgia are progressing towards NATO membership, because youth is very Euro-Atlantic in Ukraine. And why I started from youth in my presentation, because this is the future of Ukraine, and within 30 years of renewed independence of Ukraine, we proved that Ukraine is a democracy in action. It is first. And Biden Summit for Democracy, one of the themes of the summit is defending democracy and fighting against authoritarianism. So I could prove that we in Ukraine, there were several attempts to return Ukraine back to the Russian sphere of influence and to allow Putin to extend the authoritarian space. So, but we defended our sovereign right to be independent country and actually not to allow, like it happened with Belarus, to increase the presence of Russian influence at our territory. So I think this is, besides being a contributor of European security, we also contributing to the global fight to strengthen democracy. And of course, within 8 years of Russian military aggression, we expected to see strong collective Western support to press Putin first to see ceasefire, real long-lasting ceasefire, which is not in place. The withdrawal of heavy artillery, which is also not in place. The exchange all for all of political prisoners and hostages. And like the allowance of a special monitoring mission of OSCE to be present there. It's not happening. Instead, what we are seeing the build-up at the border with Ukraine-Russia border. We are seeing the so-called migrant crisis, which Putin and Lukashenko are used against the NATO members like Poland, Lithuania. So within these 8 years of Russian military aggression, instead of seeing progress, how to put Putin's military forces out from Ukrainian territories, we've seen the new blackmails, the new hybrid threats, disinformation, cyber attacks against Western civilization. So, of course, we would like to see what Michal mentioned, punishment for such aggressive behavior. And it's really important for us. I have a 10-year-old daughter, Sofia, and I remember during Maidan in 2014, she asked me, Mom, what will happen if Putin dies? You will finally be at home and sitting with me, not working hard to achieve peace and stability in Ukraine. So for me, it's very hard to explain my daughter now why our efforts haven't resulted in a true resolution of the Russian warfare against Ukraine. And instead, everybody in Ukraine 2 days ago were talking about evacuation of Americans from Ukraine in case if Biden will not reach some agreement with Mr. Putin. So this is why we consider that sometimes the West is not very strong in delivering the message to Putin and showing, demonstrating the strong side and real power of the collective West. And even the situation with Nord Stream 2, the easing of sanctions against Nord Stream 2 is also creating...
Now, I want to pick up on something that you're saying because I think it's very, very important. You mentioned that the West is not strong enough in the face of Putin in this case. And I want to take it back to Benedetta because at the end of the day, the whole exercise towards 2030, it's a strong alliance becoming even stronger. Yes, this is the motto of the strategic concept of going forward. And what is in there, not only the strategic concept as a document, but in the vision towards 2030 that would actually make the alliance stronger in the immediate context, but also a decade from now.
Thank you. Well, the concept we haven't written yet, so I cannot tell you what's in the concept, but I can definitely tell you about the 2030 agenda that was agreed at the last summit, and that does set a strong foundation to drive our political and military adaptation. So there are a series of I think there are a series of milestones and important points to make in terms of when you think about how to make a strong alliance even stronger, which, as you rightly pointed out, is one of the ways we're looking at the 2030 agenda. One area of focus, and Michal mentioned it very rightly, is of course to continue to invest in our military strength. And that's not a surprise, but it doesn't make it any less relevant, because NATO's political cohesion, influence, ability to shape our security environment, ability to uphold the rules-based international order, ultimately rest on our ability to remain military credible. So as we do a lot of other things, we also need to make sure we never forget that we need to continue to invest in our defense. We need to continue modernizing our armed forces. We need to continue looking at how to integrate new technologies into our armed forces, invest in innovation, and as Michal again mentioned rightly, we have implemented the greatest reinforcement of our collective defense since the end of the Cold War, and we have done. There's been enormous progress on this front, but we also have to continue. We've taken a number of important decisions. We have plans in place, and now we need to deliver and implement. So, as we look into the future, one line of effort is clear, and that is to remain a strong military alliance. Of course, to do that in a world that is more complex also means that we need to look at security in a broader way. And that's why I mentioned before resilience, and that's why I mention it again. And one of the areas of emphasis really for the NATO 2030 agenda is how can NATO have a stronger role when it comes to ensuring a shared level of resilience among our allies. This is because our adversaries are really using more and more military and non-military tools in an integrated way to challenge us. And that means that in order for us to be able to deter, to defend, but also to deny, to contest, to go into also what was said before, then we really need to have strong critical infrastructure, digital and physical. We need to have common rules that we can apply. We need to look at our critical sectors, investments, industries. So I would say resilience is another concrete way through which we are strengthening our assets. I know that we don't have much time, but I would just mention that there's also a very important work going forward when it comes to preserving our technological edge. And I know that the Secretary General also refer to these efforts. So I won't elaborate too much, but I think when you put all these things together and you see an alliance that is built in its deterrence and defense posture, that it's making its deterrence and defense posture more integrated, that it's investing in resilience, that it is investing in technological adaptation, and that it is working more closely with like-minded partners from near and far, from the Asia Pacific to the European Union, to tackle shared challenges to the rules-based international order, then I think you get a picture of how NATO is preparing for what I would call is going to be a more competitive and contested future.
Before turning to Hannah and then Michal, I do want to tell the participants who are here in the room that we have 2 microphones ready. So if you want to ask questions, do raise your hand. You'll get a microphone, and you'll be able to make your voice heard. To put it this way. Hannah, coming back to you, I know that the situation is very complicated, is extremely complicated in the immediate future and as we speak. But again, I'm challenging you to look 10 years from now, to look towards the next decade, and what do you see, again, what role do you see the alliance playing in the Ukraine, with the Ukraine? What would you like to see happening so Ukraine feels more secure, even if it doesn't become a member of the alliance by 2030?
Thanks, Alina, for a very important question. So, of course, in Ukraine, we are optimistically looking into the future. And the last century, we learned a lot how to survive after 2 world wars, after Holodomor, genocide. So, and within last 30 years, we also confirmed that we belong to the survivor nations. But still, in case of potential escalations or aggressive acts in the Black Sea or the Sea of Azov, or new large-scale invasions, because still, after the phone call it seems like Biden sent very powerful messages to Putin, but Putin's massive heavy artillery, also soldiers, are at the border with Ukraine. So we are not seeing the withdrawal of Russian troops, nor either from the border of Ukraine, nor either from the occupied territories. So no progress. So it means that anytime Putin, he's very unpredictable, and he will not stop unless he is stopped. So actually, in 1 month period, Putin could have another phone call with Biden and could also try to escalate the situation because he has the military dominance at the battlefield. So actually, for us, it's really important that now, because I understand that membership perspective, it's a long way to go. And we have our homework. We, in our Verkhovna Rada, the parliament agenda is to adopt important legislation, which also includes state security service reform in the second reading and many others to meet the NATO standards. But also we understand that membership action plan, which doesn't mean that by receiving a map, we will be a member tomorrow. So it could be considered in the next NATO summit in Madrid. So for example, we could design a roadmap to membership action plan and start thinking what Ukraine needs to deliver, and in return to see the membership action plan. And in next years, within the next decade, to see how we are progressing. But also, since the real war is happening every day, so no ceasefire, and we are losing our soldiers. So this is why it's important for us to receive more military defense weapon or assistance, especially in the air defense, because air defense, and also to strengthen Ukraine's navy, which will be very helpful, because we are not requesting NATO countries, soldiers coming to Ukraine and defend us. No, we have very brave Ukrainian army veterans, which are every day defending Ukraine. So, but we need more military and defense cooperation actually to defend ourselves. So, which is really important in case of large-scale invasion or new escalations in the eastern Ukraine or in the Black Sea region, which is in the interest of the whole NATO countries, Bulgaria, Romania, Turkey, and also Ukraine, Georgia, not to allow Putin to turn the Black Sea region, into the Moscow or Russian lake with the control from Putin's side. So I think the security threats are real, and also our response, like more military exercises, more exchange of programs and information, more cooperation, preparing youth generations. So this will be important, like preparatory steps for 2030, when in Ukraine, and you know, in Ukraine, the increase of support of NATO membership is more than 50% of the population. So, and also reform agenda. Thanks for your assistance and technical support also, which is really important. But until we stop Putin and send clear messages to him, he will continue to test, to blackmail, to use energy as a weapon, to use migrants as a weapon, to do what he done in Czech Republic, and also poisoning his opponents like Mr. Navalny. So this is why
this is the challenge. This is the challenge, Hanna, that we mentioned earlier. That NATO, and not only NATO, Ukraine as well, has to deal with an immediate threat, with an immediate enormous threat, but also look towards the future. So, Michal, you mentioned quite extensively the under the threshold war that is going on. Not only in Ukraine, it's going on pretty much everywhere. And you also mentioned what's happening at the border between Belarus and Poland. Some would argue, and some do argue actually, that some of these issues, if not all of these issues, are not only for NATO to solve, are also for the European Union to solve. So where do you see European Union into this? Where do you see the cooperation or the relation, whatever kind of relation between European Union and NATO going forward, and what would its role be in the concept?
Thanks, Alina. I mean, it's clear that EU will have to, and is already playing a growing and important role in security of the transatlantic and Euro-Atlantic and especially European space. And Benedetta can confirm this, but there is already a great progress on NATO-EU cooperation. In the context of the border, I would point out to a recent visit of Secretary General Stoltenberg with the EU Commission President Ms. von der Leyen to Lithuania, where they showed up together to talk together about exactly the challenges under the threshold that both NATO and EU can address. And if I'm correct, I think Secretary General mentioned this in Riga, that this was in fact the very first visit like this together, where they looked together at a common challenge that both EU and NATO are facing. So we need more of that. It's not been the easiest cooperation, despite that vast majority of countries are in both organizations, but there are some structural issues that are still to be addressed. The membership is not fully identical in both of the organizations, but it's absolutely key and clear that EU has tools to deal with many of the under the threshold challenges, especially when it comes to resilience, especially when it comes to how countries in Europe are dealing with the oncoming attacks. It's a little bit different when it comes to the offensive capabilities. That's something that I think will remain a domain at NATO and the domain, frankly, of member states, especially if you look at cyber capabilities, but many would argue that we should look at capabilities in other domains. So there is a need for deeper cooperation. But we've been saying this for decades now. So it's really, and it's been, the progress has been made. If I can just say one word about the forward-looking aspect of it, because there is an aspect of EU-NATO cooperation there as well. But it's clear that within the next 10 years, we will be dealing with a lot of the same challenges, but some of the new ones will be coming our way even faster. Clearly, we'll be dealing with authoritarians abroad, and I think that aspect of NATO's strategic concept, the focus also on values, where our alliance is based on, and we'll have to work on political cohesion inside. This is unfortunately a clear trend that we are seeing a greater divisions when it comes to our politics inside the alliance as well. We'll have to deal with totally new threats like climate change that will lead to also greater migration flows also to Europe, but not only to North America as well. And then we have the big question, which I can imagine our colleagues from Washington will certainly want to address in the concept, which is how does NATO deal with the threat of China, especially in the North Atlantic space. We will not be involved immediately in the Pacific, but China is increasingly on our borders. Let me stop.
Hannah, I'm coming back to you. We lost Benedetta at least for a while. I hope she would be able to come back online. Hannah, I'm asking you the same question actually that I asked Michal. How do you see the cooperation between EU and NATO, looking from where you're sitting in Ukraine, of course? And do you think that all the strategic autonomy that the some European countries are talking about, do you see it as a threat to the division of the alliance, hence to its determination to be firm on Russia?
Alina, thanks a lot. I think that the key is political will and visionary leadership. because we in Ukraine, of course, interested to have and to see strong the EU and strong NATO working together, and also countries like Ukraine, Georgia, we need to see transatlantic consolidated position and real strategy towards countries like Russia, like China, and also like Lukashenko's regime. So actually, the strongest EU and NATO are, the better future we could develop. And of course, Western governments know very well what actions are needed or required to stop Russian aggression and to stop Putin's behavior. And also, it's very hard to name Putin's Russia as an aggressor state. It's very hard to finally recognize Wagner Group as a terroristic organizations. And of course, we have to consider Russia as a threat to peace, security, and stability. And until we are lacking to do this, we're still seeking compromises, appeasement policy, or of course, dialogue, which are not resulted in really deterrence of new aggressive acts. So in this situation, after the new government in Germany was formed, and also next year there will be important elections in France. And also we are seeing the differences in the perception of Russia in Baltic states, Poland, and old Western European nations, which is also make us worry, because we would like to see the united position towards hybrid threats, which includes Russia and China, against Western civilization. So this is why in the concept which are developing within NATO, of course, I will be here advocating not just Ukraine, but also Georgia, Moldova, because it's important to see three of us, not just as an Eastern Partnership countries or Eastern Europeans, as also in the future perspective, coming closer to the membership. And also this will be somehow balancing Russian aggressive behavior in Belarus and helping other countries from Eastern Partnership not to be so dependent from Russia in different like economy, energy, technology, and other spheres. So in the future, I think it's importantly to see more consolidated position than divided, like Nord Stream 2 project, which is not just about export of gas, it's about export of corruption. And also another, now everybody is talking about COVID, but I would like to say that there is more dangerous virus. This is the virus of Schröderization, which is reaching the pandemic level. And Schröderization of the West is a real threat to which undermines all efforts to build strong societies which will respond effectively to hybrid threats like lawfare, disinformation.
Avoiding division, as Michal also said, it's one of the things that you find of extreme importance, and I believe everybody here agrees. And welcome back online, Benedetta. I do have one last question for the three of you, and I want a very brief answer. I actually want an answer if one word, if possible. We can go to two. What is from your point of view, what is the most important thing that has to be found, that NATO has to look at and has to be found in the strategic concept over the next 10 years? I'll start with Michal.
Alina, how could you? One thing. Well, actually, the strategic strength of the alliance is still in political cohesion. So I think what we need to see in the concept is political cohesion and clarity on values. So that's
Thank you.
Clarity.
Great. Benedetta?
I think all concepts should have a strategic vision and clear expression of transatlantic unity. Then everything else will follow.
Hannah?
I think it's all about how we defend values, and it's about actions. So having defending values and actions.
Political cohesion, values, action. It's not bad for a strategic concept to last us for 10 more years, I think. Thank you, Benedetta. Thank you, Hannah. Thank you, Michal. Thank you, everybody who have been listening and following us. But do not go away, because we also have a message from a very important partner, a member of the Alliance from the United States, so Douglas Jones, Deputy Assistant Secretary of State for European and Eurasian Affairs, will also present the point of view from over the ocean. Thank you.
Greetings from Washington, D.C. It's a pleasure to speak to you today, albeit virtually. I'd like to thank the Bucharest Forum organizers for providing this venue and for asking me to speak on NATO's strategic concept. NATO remains the cornerstone of transatlantic security. It is the unique, essential, and indispensable forum for consultations and joint action on our individual and collective security. NATO is also unique as an alliance anchored in values: democracy, individual liberty, and the rule of law, which are enshrined in NATO's founding document. Our shared values, along with our capacity to deter and defend against adversaries, have made NATO the longest-lived and most successful alliance in history. These values cement unity against otherwise insurmountable challenges. We face a deteriorating and unpredictable security and geopolitical environment. This is not likely to change to improve over the coming decade. The alliance must continue to adapt to meet the growing challenges to transatlantic security. One of the most significant challenges is posed by the People's Republic of China. This year's NATO Summit communiqué pointed out the challenges the PRC poses to our values and our collective security through its coercive policies, rapidly expanding nuclear arsenal, opaque military modernization, and military-civil fusion strategy. Yet, if the systemic threat of that the PRC poses is the most significant long-term geopolitical test of the 21st century, and we believe that it does, then Russia remains the most immediate threat to NATO's collective security. Russia's recent military buildup and threat of repeated aggression in Ukraine makes this abundantly clear. The Kremlin shows a cynical disregard for universal human rights and persecutes political opponents. Russia has repeatedly used chemical weapons, including on the territory of a NATO ally, and has actively targeted munitions facilities in 2 other allied countries. We must maintain strong deterrence and defense against Russia and stand together to make clear the severe costs Russia will face should Moscow choose to continue along this path of aggression. To adapt to a changing world and address the increasingly global threats and challenges that impact transatlantic security, NATO must enhance its relations with its like-minded partners. Deeper consultation with the EU will be essential to successfully confronting the decade's threats, including hybrid attacks, disinformation, and threats to critical infrastructure. Both organizations have authorities and important roles to play. NATO must also strengthen engagement and capabilities beyond its borders. The alliance should expand capacity building support, especially with our southern partners, for example, on challenges emerging from the Sahel. All allied leaders agreed in June to increase political dialogue and practical cooperation with NATO's Asia-Pacific partners, Australia, Japan, New Zealand, and the Republic of Korea. We must do so now. The Indo-Pacific is an area where the incredible value of NATO can show itself. The United States does not suggest bringing the alliance into that region as a security provider. NATO's core task of collective defense in the transatlantic area is firmly captured in the Washington Treaty. However, NATO can position its cooperative security capacity and unique architecture to complement regional partners' efforts to uphold international norms and stability. We can also exchange experiences and best practices with these countries to build resilience on issues of common concern. Working together with Indo-Pacific partners, NATO can bolster the rules-based international system and help prevent adversaries, including Russia, from exploiting or widening divisions between free nations around the world. To succeed, NATO must have the right leadership, staff, and resources. Allies have committed to determine the requirements to increase NATO common funding for the NATO military budget, the NATO Security Investment Program, and the NATO civil budget by next year's summit in Madrid, and broaden the purposes these funds can serve. We are already moving along the difficult but necessary path at NATO to adapt to meet new and emerging threats and challenges I just outlined. In June, NATO leaders agreed to an ambitious NATO 2030 agenda that will strengthen the alliance's capacity to adapt quickly, consult widely, and build our shared resilience. A new strategic concept is the centerpiece of this agenda. The strategic concept, after the Washington Treaty, is NATO's most important guiding strategic document. The next strategic concept needs to capture the contemporary and future security and geopolitical environment. It must provide allies an agreed roadmap to maintain our collective security over the coming decade. It must provide a vision for deterrence and defense, an increasingly complex task. It should address Russia's aggressive policies and actions and the People's Republic of China's challenge to our collective security, prosperity, and values. It should set NATO on course to address transnational threats, such as terrorism, cyber threats, and climate change. It should capture proliferation of new and emerging threats and challenges, including malicious hybrid actors. And it must emphasize the importance of maintaining allied resilience and protecting our critical infrastructure. We need a new strategic concept to offer a clear and honest assessment of today's world, while anticipating the threats and challenges that will occupy the alliance for the next decade. Last week, Allied foreign ministers came together in Riga to discuss some of the most urgent and important challenges we face. Not only the imminent threat of an attack on Ukraine by Russia, but also the lessons we can learn from 20 years of operations in Afghanistan, how to promote the Euro-Atlantic integration of the Western Balkans, and how NATO can maintain its competitive edge. As we face increasing trials to our security and our values, allies will stand together, united. NATO's role as the unique and essential forum where North America and Europe meet, consult, and take common action every day is as important as it has ever been. Our job is to make sure NATO is strong, united, and adapted, so it can continue to protect our security, our prosperity, the international system, and our democratic way of life. Thank you, and thank you again for inviting me to this important conference.
edition of Bucharest Forum continues with the panel Conservatorism, Nationalism, Fundamentalism. Radoslav Fogiel, Executive Vice I will give the floor now to Okay. Apparently. Of illiberal tendencies. Both political currents are taking to extremes, and political extremists to both left and right is getting more shape, leaving moderates, including conservative, within a very narrow space for debate and action. The panel will discuss current political tendencies as well as the impact of their extreme manifestation on both societies and international relations. Let's hope that now we can hear each other. Monsieur Ba, do you hear us? Please. I decided to start this panel with you, so can you share us over the few minutes your view over this issue?
Sure. Thanks a lot, Mrs. Chair. Can you hear me properly?
Yes.
There's lots of echo. Anyway, so I'm very happy to. I cannot speak, you know, because there's lots of echo. So.
Okay, we'll try to solve this. I will switch to our panelist from Poland. Maybe internet is better in Poland this time. So, Mr. Fogiel, if you will do the honor to share with us, please, your view over this topic of nationalism.
Thank you very much. Let's see if this works on my side. So far, so inviting us to the forum, and thank you for having us in this panel. I think what we are having here, the discussion about conservatism, nationalism, and fundamentalism is part of a very current debate that a lot of Western societies, a lot of Western political spheres are having right now, because we can observe new streams, new movements on the political spectrum that, well, we all know the idea of Fukuyama's end of history and his thesis that liberal democracy would be and it's otherwise. And and I think that the history never ends, and for sure politics never
ends.
So right now we can observe new tendencies or tendencies that was dormant for some time, getting more and more support. But before we start and before we dig deeper into this topic, I think I can make a few remarks about the ideas that we are discussing right now. First is conservatism. What is conservatism in today's world and in today's politics? Because conservatism is being often mistaken with reactionism, with denial, with avoiding the acceptance that things actually change. Well, that's obviously not true, but we have to face those accusations every now and then. I would rather say that right now the conservative parties and conservatism is the force of reason in today's chaotic world. So we conservatives provide a link between the past and a relatively stable path towards the future, without any revolutionary ideas, without any desire to distract the world as we know it. We are also going to discuss the nationalism and fundamentalism, and we all can observe nationalist tendencies emerging in many European countries. I think this is natural in times of uncertainty, in times of chaos, and we've been observing this instability for a few years already. It started with the war on terror and with September 11 in terms of global security. Then we had the financial crisis back in 2008. Right now we are struggling with COVID pandemics. Such events, such disturbing times often create a desire to seek shelter under a nationalistic agenda. And then we have the fundamentalism, which usually was connected to religion fundamentalism, obviously, and we can observe that. But I would say that today's fundamentalism is a much broader idea, because we can see political extremism both on the left and the right side, and I think this is a sort of being having fundamentalistic views, because it doesn't actually matter. Either we are talking about the leftist riots during Zemmour's political rally a few days back, or this whole movement connected with cancel culture, with deplatforming, so a very illiberal in its nature, or whether we are talking about the incidents on Capitol earlier this year, or emerging anti-vaccination movements all over the world on the right side of the political spectrum, we are dealing with fundamentalism. It's not always religious. It's rather a structure or a way of seeing things in a very strong and in a very strong way that actually doesn't allow any space for debate. And I think this is more or less the landscape, the political landscape that we are dealing with right now. This, of course, makes any discussion, especially over the aisle discussions, harder. Both sides of the political spectrum are much more inclined to hide in their own ghettos, to focus on their own agendas, and this is one of the challenges that we, as politicians, but as scholars, as analysts, are definitely facing today.
The good news is that the third panelist is online now, so I would like to welcome as well Thibaut Muzerg, Europe Program Director, International Republican Institute. But let's get back to Jean-Christophe Bas to hear its view over the topic of conservatism, nationalism, and fundamentalism.
Thank you, Mrs. Chair. I think it works now. Thanks to Aspen Romania for their invitation. I'm very happy also to represent today the Aspen Institute in France, which is a sister organization, of course, with the Aspen in Bucharest. And it's a great pleasure to cooperate and to take part in this very important edition of the Bucharest Forum. I'm very pleased to be part of this forum, also in my capacity as the CEO and a recent founder of an organization called Connector for Peace, which mission actually is to address this issue of polarization and tensions among people and culture and identity in our modern societies. So I'm extremely happy to take part in this conversation, which I must say is also an extremely timely conversation. I mean, if we look at the overall context, I understand that the perimeter of our discussion is the US and Europe, or the so-called Western world or transatlantic area, and we see in most part of this geography the rise of polarization, because in a way, what is the common thread among those three words, which are conservatism, nationalism, and fundamentalism, is that it is very much polarized. And I was very interested to hear from Mr. Fogiel before, and what he said about that, and indeed, I think we agree that there is a sort of a growing gap between the extreme part of the conversation and what is really the difficulty today is from wherever we stand, I mean, from one side or the other, or from somewhere else, we realize that it is almost impossible to try to find common ground and to try to find some sort of an harmonious way to combine the vision of those who are at both sides of the spectrum. And it's interesting to have this conversation today, right at the time when actually this afternoon will be the opening or the start of this forum or Summit for Democracy that is organized by the US administration, and that, as we all know, is generating some skepticism, but also is seen by some as a positive development. And it will be interesting to see what will be actually coming out from this Summit on Democracy that is evidently an attempt, in a way to revive the feeling for democracy, and obviously there is lots of work. What I'd like to stress actually is, and I'm very pleased by the way the organizers have put the terms of the discussion today with indeed this sort of bipolar trends between, on one side, what is called the illiberal tendencies, and on the other side of the spectrum, the progressive liberal trends. And I'd like, my point of view is to say that today in our societies, in, let's say, in both the US and Europe, but I mean, of course, we are here to discuss that today. The dividing line is no longer, in our society, the dividing line is no longer between, let's say, the right or the left, or what in Europe we call, let's say, the social democrat or socialist, and on the other side, the conservative or liberal. The dividing line, I think, today is between those in our societies who have a global perspective, who we can call the globalist in a way, and that are at the top of the spectrum, and at the bottom of the spectrum, what we could call the localist, or those who are profoundly entrenched in our culture, in their culture, their tradition, their belief. And these are two extremely opposite direction. And this is what President Trump was calling, I mean, those who are entrenched in their culture and tradition and identity was called the patriots. And that was a very smart or political move in a way, because it was giving them some pride to be considered as a patriot, because if they were the patriot, those who were at the other side of the spectrum were those who were betraying their nation, which is sort of very perverse. And I think, you know, this dividing line is increasingly opposite, going in opposite way. And then we have another, let's say, dividing line in our societies, which is what I would call the horizontal divide, which is between those who consider that religion has nothing to do with public policy, and religion is first and foremost something that is personal and private. And then at the other side of the spectrum of this horizontal divide, you have those who consider that religion has to interfere and take part in public policies, and that we as individuals are nothing else but the emanation of a spiritual force that is way more important than we as individuals. And so we are now confronted in our society, and I take no judgment here. But what I want to say is that we are now having those two dividing lines, the vertical between, let's say, call it very the global and the local, and the horizontal between the religious and the secular. And those two sort of divides with those four tribes is increasingly polarized and becoming increasingly difficult to get some sort of common ground. My point is to say that the reality of our societies is in between those four extremes. And that is what I call the silent majority of the moderate. Those people who oscillate between one and the other, the vertical and the divide, and who would like to find some sort of a common ground or an harmonious way to combine the perspective that are dividing us. And I think the key challenge, and this will be my last word at this point, the key challenge today is really to strengthen the voice of the moderate, or the silent majority of the moderate, and really to find through education, building awareness, public engagement, citizenship, to find a way to indeed to rebuild a sense of a common society. Otherwise, I think that our societies will truly fall apart.
Thank you, Jean-Ba. Our next panelist will be Thibaut Muzerg, if you please.
I hope everybody can hear me. Is that the case? Okay, thank you very much, and sorry for the connection problem. I'm calling you from Tunisia, where the Wi-Fi is not as easy to work with as in Romania. Romania, who everybody knows, has an excellent Wi-Fi system, even praised by Bernie Sanders. So thank you very much for having me. I'm really happy to be here today. Thank you to Aspen for organizing this great event, as always. Very, intellectually very challenging and very interesting. Thank you also for the choice of panelists. Radek Fogiel is someone that I know quite well, and with whom we're used to having super interesting debates. And Mr. Ba, I don't know you yet, but I'm looking forward to having the conversation together. What I'd like to do is to revisit the discussion we've had so far with maybe a different angle and maybe have a more, so to speak, historical perspective first. I think these questions of fundamentalism, conservatism, nationalism, all come back to the question of a crisis of identity that we have not only in Europe or Europe and North America and the West, but across the world. I mean, if you look at Xi Jinping's thought right now, if you want to call it like that, or the doctrine of the Chinese Communist Party and the way they simmer ultra-nationalism in China, which is dangerous because it's a revisionist nationalism that wants to basically take over Taiwan, for example. We're having the same issues. The Muslim world is fighting with different conflicting here dynamics of fundamentalism, a sort of universal fundamentalism, Islamist, and a nationalism, Arab nationalism, or nationalism of different nationalities, Tunisia, Algeria, etc., etc. So this is something that is a global challenge today, and I would say that I really want to really stress on this idea of global issue, because at the beginning of it is this third wave of globalization. So we're at the third wave of globalization right now. The first globalization in the modern period, the first globalization happened with the great discoveries, the discovery of the Americas and the Indies, so passed through the Indies for Europeans in the 16th century, and that brought a lot of disruption, a lot of individualization, and got us to the crisis of the Reformation, which ended up in 100 years of religious warfare across Europe. We had the second wave of globalization, which was driven by industrialization and the rise of global European empires. That didn't that led to a lot of instability and worked out for a while. And then we got the 1914, what I call the European Civil War between 1914 and 1945, in which we pretty much lost everything. And then we have this wave of globalization. I don't know exactly where we want to make it start, maybe in 1945, maybe in 1991, with very rapid changes and processes that were in many ways comparable, not necessarily similar, but comparable to what we saw in the other waves of globalization. A rise of individualism, new ideas that were coming from the fringes. Again, a rise of the individual, loads of socioeconomic changes that have let's be honest, disrupted the day-to-day workings of our societies. I mean, I said in my first book, The Great Class Shift, that we're no longer dealing with a big society where you have a huge middle class and a small upper class and a small lower class. Now we have a much more atomized society, and the result of this is that first of all, a lot of people have lost out, and I think we didn't. I've lost out in the process. I think we didn't recognize it until it was too late, and those people that lost out in particular have found a need, and those people that did not find themselves comfortable in a very ultra individualized environment have tried to look for other ways to find an identity, to find who they are, to find their dignity. And very often, as it happened in the 19th century, very often that led to the search for a collective belonging, search for a new identity that could have worked, that could have translated itself in the search for or finding yourself in small knit, very small.
Currently, the internet in Tunisia failed. So just to continue our conversation, I have a question. Before, of course, we will open the floor for questions for our guests here as well. Is it any good part of the nationalism? Because we found out from the three of you 3 different perspectives, but is it any good part in this concept? Mr. Fogel?
Well, we all know, of course, the tragedies that emerge from a nationalist perspective, and I don't want to start a debate that could last for hours in terms of linguistics, in terms of different views of different ideas, going back to forming of nation states, and so on and so on. So just for the sake of discussion, let's use the most common definition of nationalism, which is which has a rather negative which is rather negative. So in this case, it's pretty sure that those tendencies are rather hard to accept because they tend to focus on a very narrow perspective, often even narrower than their own countrymen. So we can see those tendencies emerging, but in this narrow definition, it's hard to see if there are any positive aspects of it. Although we cannot ignore the reality that we are where we are and we are when we are. I think the discussion, what we heard from my 2 colleagues about globalization is a very interesting point, especially that we got used for years already that globalization is a ongoing process that basically is going to stay with us, and probably it is, but right now, and I'm just making a point, I'm not judging whether it's good or bad. I think a new perspective, a new framework for discussion has been brought with the outbreak of COVID pandemics. Right now, we can see that we are having problems due to globalization, due to very long distribution and production processes. We see tendencies supported by governments and governments of all political sort to localize again as many things as we can in order to provide security and safety for the citizens. So I think this is a very interesting point made here. What will be the future of globalization in COVID times? How what effects will it bring? How are we going to overcome that?
You, Mr. Bas, if you want to answer the same question. You?
Can you hear me?
Now, yes.
Yeah, I'm happy to. I'm having echo again, so it's very difficult to speak.
Okay, we'll
I'm
solve
sorry.
this program.
Okay.
So
I think it's getting better now. Not really. I will try, but it's very difficult. No, I'm sorry, it doesn't work.
okay, I guess Mr. Fogel, it's Romania and Poland. The internet seems to be the best so far. So let's continue. Of course, you mentioned globalization. All the three panelists did. But this problem of nationalism is also often confused with patriotism. Can we have a difference between the two concepts?
We definitely can, and we definitely should, and I think this is the easiest and most common line to draw between the let's make it simple, the good ones and the bad ones, because the idea of patriotism is focused on well-being of your own people, that's of your patria, of your home country, but it doesn't involve wrongdoing towards other people, while the nationalism in the perspective that I mentioned before usually focuses on the supremacy of your own nation and is rather focused on attacking others, and by others I mean other nationalities, other mindsets. The division can be very, very different, rather than providing well-being to your own people in the first place. So of course what Mr. Bass said about the wording in terms of Donald Trump's policy was right. It's not a new thing in political marketing. We had this we had a very good example when it comes to abortion rights. The side of the debate that named themselves pro-life was kind of trying to force the other to be described as a very opposite, which wouldn't appeal to the public opinion. So, but what I meant is that the idea of patriotism, if not used in a way that is only benefiting the current politics, is a good idea, and you can be a local patriot when it comes to your hometown. You can be a patriot of your own country, but you can also be a patriot of Western civilization, to put it this way, of the Western Hemisphere, of the transatlantic coalition. So this is a useful term. This is a useful term without negative connotations, and yeah, I think this answers your question.
If Mr. Ba can hear us.
I couldn't hear you.
You can't.
There is still echo. Yeah, it's very frustrating, because I mean I found this discussion extremely interesting, and I wish we could have this exchange with colleagues around not around the table but connected on the screen. I think this discussion, and what I think by all means is we need to avoid to corner us and each other, and to say you are a nationalist, you are a patriot, you are a globalist. because this is really a way to put everyone in a specific corner instead of looking at what it means and how we can combine the different perspectives. There is one phrase that I like very much, which says, for instance, that globalists, which are always sort of criticized for having global perspective and losing ground or betraying their nation or their patriotic feeling. I have the absolute conviction that you can be having a global perspective, but also being very profoundly attached to your roots, to your culture, and to your nation. And this phrase that says globalists can be patriots who have a worldview that is not limited to the boundary of one state. And there is a fascinating book that came out about 20 years ago by Amin Malouf, who is a Lebanese writer who has been living in France but who has profound Lebanese roots and who came up with this sort of he published this book that is called In the Name of Identity, or the French translation is the killing identity. So saying, you can kill the other in the name of your identity. And this is wrong. This is obviously weird. I think, in the 21st century, there would be nothing wrong in acknowledging that a human being, whoever he is or she is from any part of the world, is not just one block. You are not just belonging to your nation. You can easily belong to different layers. If I take, my personal example, I equally feel that I am French. This is part of my identity. I see myself as a French, but it doesn't mean more than saying that I'm European. For me, being European means as much as being French. But also, I'm from Alsace. I was born and I grew up in Alsace at the border between France and Germany. And this is profoundly part of my identity. And I equally feel that I'm a global citizen. So, it's a multi-layer thing. And I think instead of opposing people, saying you are a nationalist, you are a globalist, I think it would be very important to, in a way, and that's what I said before, the role of education, the role of awareness, the role of media, to try to explain that, we are not in a black and white picture, we are not in a Manichaean or antagonistic perspective. What we need is to find a proper way, and this is the only way, we can sort out the global challenges that we are confronted, but also stability and cohesion in our societies, in really having people more aware that they can be part of multiple perspectives, because in the world where we are today, those perspectives are intertwined, interconnected, and there would be nothing worse than being cornered in one or the other, because the one or the other, it means the ones against the other. And this is what we need to avoid by all means.
Because we have only 3 more minutes from our conversation, I will ask him the last question. I will address him the last question. Is there any difference between, let's say, nationalism ways of behavior between people living in smaller countries, in less developed countries, and people living in much more developed countries and richer countries?
No. I don't think there's, you have differences in approaches between countries, but whether you're a small country or a big country, I think that the real issue here is that there are tensions in some parts of society, of segments of society that feel that their life, the life as they know it, which they think was a good life, is disappearing. That's the way of life, so to speak. And when you are in countries that have had a vast emigration, like Romania, for example, that have lost population. I mean, Romania, like Latvia, like Lithuania, have experienced a flight of population, a decrease in population that is unheard of in peacetime. In the modern era, and that causes a lot of stress. And again, we're getting back to, I don't know where I got cut in my first discussion, but this is where we get to stress. I want to know who I am, and this leads to more identity politics, more fundamentalism. And today we have fundamentalism on all sides, including our incapacity. On the liberal side, I consider myself a liberal conservative, but a liberal nonetheless. Our incapacity on the liberal side to admit that there is any problem with immigration, any problem with globalization, is something that came back to haunt us during the past 10 years. So, I think this idea of nationalism, fundamentalism, this is all about who we are, but who we are is also who we are not, and we have to admit that there is a tribalism inside us. And by the way, even us, those of us, I know Radek, you're a conservative, you don't necessarily recognize yourself in liberalism as such, but liberals themselves, are culprits of saying who you are not. We discussed Donald Trump, patriots versus non-patriots, and I think this is a real problem indeed. But let's also remember that on the other side, the discussion is also, whenever something that we dislike happens, we say this is not who we are. So basically, that means that anyone who is not behaving in the way we want is not who we are, and therefore we exclude those people from the community. So I think we need a realization that that there are differences in our society, that not only our way of thinking is the right one on all sides, right? Not only on the liberal side, but I would say also on the conservative side, and on the woke side, definitely, and trying to live with our differences, right? Because I think apart from killing each other, there is just no way we are going to reconcile our differences, because right now we're talking about questions of dogma. And on dogma, there is no compromise to be made. There is strictly no compromise, because dogma is, by definition, the truth. And I think where the debate right now is about the truth. So if at some point we agree to disagree, and we find ways to work, not necessarily together, but sometimes to work apart, to realize that the other exists, and that that there is another, that the other exists, and that we just have to deal with the other, then maybe we will have a better chance to work together in the future, simply by admitting that the other exists, that the other might have also might make a point, right? When they talk about racial justice, when they talk about immigration, the other might have a point. And I'm talking about someone who is really from the center right, and who tries to keep the center working. But I think that the real problem here is also on the center. We have had our own fundamentalism, and we need to accept it.
Much for your views. Thank you to all our panelists, Jean-Christophe Ba, Radoslav Fogiel, and Thibaut Meuzergue. This is the end of our conversation on this extremely important topic. Let's hope we will see you in Bucharest to next year Bucharest Forum. And right now, the Bucharest Forum continues soon with the conversation between Clara Volintiru and Steven van Groningen. So stay with us. Thank you.
Hello, welcome back. I must admit I'm very happy to be here in person after quite a few Aspen events that I've been on the other side of the screen. So I would like to start off by saying hello to everyone that's here with us in the room today and everyone that's watching us online. Thank you all so much for being today with us in what we would like to call a fireside chat. A fireside chat is a friendly conversation with friends, a term coined by the former President of the United States, Franklin Roosevelt. And I'm sure we will have an equally fascinating fireside chat with our guest today, Mr. Steven van Groningen, who I'm sure needs no introduction, but I will do my due diligence in mentioning that he's CEO and President of Raiffeisen Bank, one of the top banks in Romania. He does have an in-depth knowledge on the Central and Eastern European market in general, and of course, what's more important is the constancy of his activity with more than 20 years in Romania. Now, not only he's the longest-serving president of a bank and one of the most admired CEOs in Romania, but he is a fascinating person. And I would like to start off by, every time we need to forecast something in the regression analysis as economists, we need to look back. So I would like to start off by asking you, what is your evaluation of the past decades that you've been here in this country? What are the main achievements that you can highlight? A pat on the shoulder for us Romanians.
That's a very good question, because it is, of course, a glass half full, glass half empty question. So I think when you look at what the starting point was and where we are today over the last 10 years or 20 years or 30 years, of course, I mean, the changes are incredible, and the progress that has been made is incredible. So that is, and so we should not, let's say, make the mistake to say, well, we did not achieve enough. Of course, we can look at it in terms of macroeconomics, and we can see that, well, we're constantly outpacing the EU average in growth, so we're slowly catching up. But I was just thinking about it. I mean, I think one of the most important changes that we have seen over the last 10 years is that I see now that entrepreneurship and Romanian entrepreneurship is getting more and more important. And that, I think, is really important, because I believe that those will be the drivers for change, those will be the drivers for economic growth for the future. So in the figures, we don't see it yet, but I think we have laid the basis for Romanians, Romanian entrepreneurs, Romanian companies to drive the growth to the future. So that I would say is one of the main achievements. I mean, if you would ask again somebody 10 years ago about entrepreneurs, I mean, so that was not really on the same level as they are today in terms of appreciation. I mean, those some people would say, well, entrepreneurs, a bit shady, but now, I mean, so I think that's maybe the most important change, because I think it puts us on the right track for the future. So that was the glass half full.
I appreciate that, and because we don't have that much time, I didn't start off with the question of what went wrong. So I'm very happy we got to the glass half full story, because I am an optimist. And talking about entrepreneurs, we're also talking about a shift in societal behavior and mentalities. So that brings us cause for optimism towards the future. Then I'm shifting now the story to the glass half empty towards the future. We need to be prepared. What are the main risks that Romania is facing looking ahead in the coming decade?
Yeah, well, I mean, let's, so I think first is one about direction and ambition. So I think I think the direction is okay, but I'm not sure about the ambition level. And you know, I've said it many times before. So if you look at it, Romania is about the 7th country in the EU in terms of service, 7th country in the EU in terms of population. So I think our ambition, or our politicians' ambition, should be that we should become the 7th economy in the EU. And if you start looking at it like this, then I don't think we're doing enough. And I think the biggest risks are that you see today are probably in demographic development, on the one hand, and in the other hand, in I have to say it, politics, the instability, the quality of legislation, and we also compete with other countries not only on products and services, but also in terms of the quality of our legislation. And I see it in banking. So you can make life tough for banks. All you do, you make it easier for digital banks from other countries to do service from there. Or look also in other industries. We consider that IT is a success in Romania, but in reality we pay salaries here, but in most cases the intellectual property is built up outside of Romania, just to give a few examples. I think there are a number of risks. And obviously, Romania should not remain a country that's competitive because you have lower salaries. That model, that should be over. And so we have to focus much more on productivity and factors that can also drive an increase in salaries and creation of wealth for all Romanians.
Value added, right? Increasing our position in the regional and global value chains, that's always been a strong desire of public statements, but not always backed by actual action plans. So complacency is one of our biggest risks, not putting our money where our mouth is and going the long distance. Then what about the current context? We are looking at Romania's assets in terms of labor force, maybe, and its current path within a regional and global economy. Now, everybody's talking nowadays, us included at Aspen. We have a new economy and society program. The buzzword, apart from resilience, is the new economic model or the new economy. It's often linked to climate, digital. What do you make of it? How do you define, how do you characterize this new economy that we're hopefully steering towards?
Yeah, well, I mean, new economy is I guess, is reinventing the old one, but in such a way that it's indeed much more sustainable. And in the first place, so it's not like taking from one part and giving it to another, but that you are, I think, much more aware of all the stakeholders. And not only the local ones, also the global ones, or and in the other direction. Very interesting discussion before us, by the way. So that you create, you have an economic model that creates value for all stakeholders. When you look at the discussions in the United States, so I mean the productivity gain of the last 30 years has gone mostly to the capital. Yeah? So is that sustainable? I don't think so. And a lot of people don't think this is sustainable. So we have to find a way to make sure that the value created is distributed better, and that you don't create value by destroying value in other areas. I mean, I think those are the most important elements about when you say new economy. And of course, yeah, inclusiveness. So this. So it's not an easy model to implement because it means a total recalibration of the interest of stakeholders, and that's not as simple as it is. I mean, people say one thing that this is what they want, and then they go to the supermarket and buy the cheapest product possible. Yeah, and then so somehow that doesn't work. So what we need is much more debate about this. What kind of economy do we want, and what are we willing to do ourselves in order to help this model to develop.
Indeed, taking part in the formulation of that new economic model seems to be the case in Western Europe, not so much amongst Eastern member states, where the public debate has not been that broad and inclusive in terms of what do we want from our economy. So what do you think Romania should do in this new paradigm to remain or even increase its competitiveness?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think a few things. In the first place, so I think it's an opportunity. The changes that have to be made in all sorts of industries are, of course, enormous. In terms of investments, but also the money that is available is incredible amounts. Yeah, they come with some strings attached, with some milestones, as they call it. So I think it's a fantastic opportunity now to finally address a number of those long outstanding issues in terms of efficiency of the public administration, tax collection, dealing with structural reforms, investments in infrastructure. So, I mean, as always, almost always, I don't think it's particularly difficult to figure out what needs to be done. The problem is most of the time is actually doing it or getting the alignment and the acceptance to do certain stuff and to get it done, which means that you have to take a slightly longer-term view about what's happening, not all the today's problems only. On the one hand, so on the other hand, what is needed, I think, is much more debate. I mean, we can we're Aspen Forum. But what I sometimes see or don't see is I see a lack of debate. I mean, there are very important things in the society that we're not debating. We're just expressing opinions, and indeed the polarization is visible. Some politicians think it's not necessary to talk to foreigners or to bankers because you're a banker. So no need to go into the content of what you're saying. There's no need. Just polarized from the start. Debate about the demographics of the country. It is really important. And just some opinions, and we do this, and everybody will come back. It's not going to happen. I think so. This is needed, and also more explanation about what are we doing and why are we doing something. And look at legislation. We make all this legislation without any impact analysis, without talking to stakeholders, etc. And then we are surprised that it doesn't produce the effect in the society that was the declared purpose. I'm drifting a little bit, but so I think it's not so difficult to figure out what needs to be done. I'm more concerned about the capacity to actually do it.
You know, when people talk about things, sooner or later they end up taking ownership over some of the issues that need to be addressed. So probably a broad discussion in our society involving multi-stakeholders would make more people want to act and bring up solutions rather than passively assist to what's been coined as an unprecedented amount of funding available to Romania. With our issues, we might as well take use of that, but we need to all get together. And this brings me to another question, which is in the new economic model, some scholars have started talking about multi-stakeholder engagement and how we're all in this together. And there's a new kind of academic but also practical shift towards this public-private and civil society cooperation in solving our issues. In this new format which is emerging, how do you see capital? Where is the role of capital still?
Well, I mean, the question is, where will it come from? But capital is nothing else than money that people have available and don't need now. So you can. That's the whole idea. What the bank does. So out of the savings of millions and tens of millions of people that all can access that money anytime they want. Part of that is used to invest in the economy, and of course banks play also an important role in allocating that money to projects and that are actually, of course, productive. Because if you allocate money to an activity that's not productive, I mean, you will not be successful very long, or you will lose your customers' money, or the same thing to pension funds, or so that will remain important. What will change is I think the way that it is allocated. You don't look anymore only if it is productive, but you also understand how that production takes place, or how profits are being created, how added value is being created, and that will change. So I'm sure that when you look today about investment funds, so you have the choice as an investor when you buy shares or funds, you buy ESG certified funds or not. And this will, so also in terms of capital, so as an individual, and that's where the money comes from, you can take a decision about, well, do I want my money to be invested in this industry, in this sector, or yes or no? And that will change. So banks will have to play a role in allocating not only money to productive projects, but also those that are sustainable, green, and that is the role that will change. Capital we will still need, but I think the way it is going to be employed and the role of those that employ it will change.
So while in the Romanian economy we need a long-term vision, I will turn to our usual short-termism in asking you, what's next for you personally?
Yeah. Well, I mean, indeed, I'm after 20 years, I'll step down, and so I'll retire, as you say, but. I see it more as some sort of a graduation. So I'm in just a phase, so it's over, and I now go to the next step. So my first thing is to try to have more time, or more control over my own time. So I'll have a few plans. So of course, I want to use all the experience that I have. So I'll do more teaching. So I'll try have a few conversations going about that. So I'll spend more time on teaching in the area of business ethics mainly. I'll want to spend more time on bringing more balance in my life. So that's of course health, sports, and that's always have been important to me. Family, of course, and then create society and something creative. And I'll do something very small, entrepreneurial, because. It's one thing to have 5,000 employees, and now I want to do something without any employees. But that's just something small. So I won't be bored, and and maybe finally I'll have more time to spend with Aspen programs, like going once to the IT festival that I have been trying for the last 15 years and never succeeded. So.
It's definitely worth it, but hopefully we can bring some of the Aspen Ideas Festival here in Bucharest as well with such a discussion. It does seem like you're going to be the CEO of your own life, and probably having a sustainable economy starts off with our own sustainable lifestyles and balanced approach to what we have to do and bring to our society. Thank you so much, Steven van Groningen. It's been a fascinating conversation for me, and I'm sure for everybody else, because these insights based on experience and knowledge can help us make sense of things better. Thank you.
Thank you. It was a pleasure. Thank you. Thank you.
Bun, mulțumesc tare mult tuturor pentru că v-ați făcut timp aici. O să trec imediat în engleză. So, thank you all for making the time, being here today. And in one of the largest panel of the Bucharest Forum in presence today here. So I'm very happy that we made it happen, you made it happen. So thank you once again for making the time. The subject today, you noticed, is quite interesting. I mean, big in terms of digital transformation. Digital transformation it became quite obvious in what's happened to us, and I believe not only that the pandemics accelerated this process, but made it obvious who are some winners and who are some players that are behind. So in terms of framing the conversation today, I was thinking about let's learn from the best, let's pass this knowledge towards the ones who are behind, mainly public sector in Romania. But also, let's see what are the opportunities, let's see what are the benefits that we can take from this period, and also from the financial instruments that the EU is putting together with us. Also, how can we learn from the public sector in terms of to speed up the process of digital transformation of the country? Why not? So, I have today 4 distinguished speakers. I will start from my left with Mr. Bogdan Putinica from Microsoft.
Hello, nice to be here.
Thank you for making the time today. Achilles Cavchi from Vodafone Romania. I don't want to make a mistake here.
Thank you.
Thank you for making the time.
Thank you.
Sabin Sarmaș, from the head of IT&C committee of the Chamber of Deputies. Thank you. I know that you have the plane and you came straight forward from the airport. Thank you once again. And Mr. Sergiu Mana from Commercial Bank Romania, CIO. Thank you once again for making the time.
Thank you for having me.
Perfect. So we have quite a limited time, and the subject is big. So let's go straight in, if you want. I will start with you, Mr. Putinica. You, not only that Microsoft is one of the, let's say, the players that had to digital transform, but is one of the ones who provoked the digital transformation, if I may say so. So, but apart from this, how do you see this wave of digital transformation, and especially how the pandemic impacted you? How do you have to adapt to these new conditions, and what are the lessons learned here?
Okay, that's a pretty vast subject.
Yes.
I'll try to answer it in a couple of minutes. We are at the core of digital transformation. Microsoft is, the leader in worldwide technology when it comes to improving what people can do and what people can achieve using technology. And what we learned with COVID and, the pandemic and the challenges that COVID brought was that immediately, we had to shift from culture to the way of working, to the way people interacted, from the traditional way of doing business, which was face-to-face meetings, interacting socially and business-wise, to doing things remote, doing things digitally, doing things using technology. And one of the lessons that we found was that companies that established a strong foundation using technology and digital tools to do their business, they were better positioned and better able to answer to the challenges of the obvious shift that appeared once the pandemics hit. We invested heavily in this, and I think our technology is used everywhere in the world when it comes to collaboration and how people work and interact today. And I think that's basically the major lesson that we are bringing today. There is a shift in the social fabric of how people work. There is a major shift in how people want to interact moving forward. We call this the paradox of remote work, if you want. in our analysis, 70% of the people, they appreciate a hybrid work model, you know, the famous work from home. And on the other side, 73%, they appreciate the human interaction. So it's both, if you want, both sides of the story coming together. And this is a challenge that we as a technical leader, we want to address, and we are going to address it moving forward.
Perfect. Just a quick follow-up, how do you see this speed-up process? Everybody was talking about that pandemics speed up the process. How do you see it from inside, let's say, from a tech platform?
Well, in technology world, everything happens now. So the speed of everything is more or less now. I know companies that had to switch, you know, starting from tomorrow, you know, and adapt to the new realities. I think pretty much none of us had the luxury of time when this new situation hit, and we had to allow business continuity, which is critical for the economic part of our society, to continue uninterrupted. And our technology, I'm happy to say, you know, contributed to that. I think the speed of transformation, even as we look into the other sectors of the economy, not just the technical information industry, it's fantastic. You know, I see companies every day converting, digitalizing, transforming. I see the regulatory bodies in the country working on the frameworks that will allow and will accelerate that, because we all need, you know, a legal framework to operate and do our business properly in. And to me, that's basically the sign of the new coming, you know, the new world that we are seeing right now. Of course, it was a catalyst, unfortunately not a happy one, you know, this pandemic, it helped this transformation, but I think the foundations were there and everybody was more or less getting ready to do it.
Perfect, thank you very much. Mr. Canalis, you faced a double challenge, to one that you have to adapt to the pandemics, but you also have to adapt to a new framework, to a new way of work. I mean, people switching from offices to home put a lot of pressure on the network, like Vodafone. How do you see this process? On one hand, the digital transformation you have to face, but the digital transformation you had to adapt to.
Yeah, no, it's a interesting question. So in many ways, we had to deliver in the context of days what would have taken us years to deliver. So we had to move all of our operations online. And an operator like us, you know, we have call centers, we have shops. It's not only the internal staff, basically, that needed to move and work remotely. And it was a tremendous exercise. But for me, the learning is that it can be done, because there was no other way. So the pandemic was an unfortunate situation that led to a very fortunate outcome. Where even ourselves, we were denying some changes, and finally we made them happen very quickly. So we moved all of our operations in a remote model, let's say, within the context of weeks. Obviously, we had to reassess the sizing of our networks to be able to support the huge growth of traffic that we saw, both on the fixed as well as the mobile network, over the context of the lockdowns. But the other thing which was interesting for us, besides us digitalizing, let's say, ourselves and the way we interact with our customers, was that actually, especially on the small and medium enterprise segment, a huge need for our customers to digitalize, and therefore a lot of questions that they wouldn't normally be asking us, because, you know, the relationship pre-pandemic was more or less around connectivity. But post-pandemic, the relationship with our customers, especially on SOHO and SME, is a lot more about how can I move my business online, from transactions to marketing to all of the interactions, basically, that I need to have. And for me, that opened you know, a big door for us. The timing was right, because as a company, we are transforming ourselves as well. We went from mobile to converged in the last 5 years, and now the next stage, the next evolution, if you like, of our change is for us to be known as a technology company rather than a connectivity-only company, let's say. So for us, it was the perfect foundation and platform to venture out, if you like, into these areas. So these are the two lessons learned: how quickly you can deliver change internally, and how quickly the conversation with the customer changes.
Yeah, it's indeed a challenge. I will move to Mr. Mana. I know that Bucharest is doing a lot of things. I have a study from Boston Consulting Group last year, for example, who are the sectors who are in forefront of digital transformation, and who are the sectors that are lagging behind. And the financial sector, banking sector, was in the forefront of digital transformation, somehow pushed, I don't know, It's one of the questions, how this need for digital transformation in a case of a bank, which formally in our head was like an institution, very bureaucratic one. How do you pass through this period? And I have a personal question to ask. You push a lot of stress on digitizing the small and medium enterprises through George program. When are we going to have a George for the public sector? But I will ask Mr. Sărmaș later on.
Oh, okay. That's very kind. So again, thank you very much for having me. I'll start by saying half jokingly that I maintain that the pandemic was bad. Was actually very bad. And it is very bad. Because it creates a level of unpredictability we, as human beings, communities, we don't know how to deal with, right? So radicalization, polarization, and all these kind of things we are seeing are the, let's say, psychosocial aftermath of something which was really, really bad and caught us all unprepared. Okay, so just that we are very clear. Now, in terms of actually digital change and digital evolution, I am not using the word transformation as I don't work in a tech company, I can't. We are only evolving. It's something which in fairness helped continuity. It didn't create a new experience, it didn't create any wow effect, but it helped continuity of essential services. Financial services were essential. The fact that banking industry, insurance industry was able to actually turn very fast and adapt was, I think, something we need to applaud. And I'm not talking BCR, I'm talking about the entire banking industry. Nevertheless, one needs not to forget that the people working in the retail branches or in the commercial centers were always on the ground. So digital evolution, digitizing processes were actually a great enablers for our thousands and thousands and thousands of colleagues within the banking industry who were in fact at the counters, at their offices, in front of the clients during all this period. No bank in Romania or in jurisdictions which I know actually were closed for business. And this is something which is very, very important. And the way I use the word evolution and not transformation is that we are not creating experiences. Today, we are mere followers. Experiences were started being created with the internet bubble at the beginning of 2000. They were mastered by certain companies or certain champions or by great idea creators, so to say. We are only trying to come along the expectation of the public. As regards your question, because I want to tackle that now so we can move on. Look, I think public sector is as good as the society at large. There are examples of public sectors in the world who are doing amazingly. From the digitization perspective, right? Look at some countries in Asia, look at Baltics, look at Scandinavia, right? And there are places where, for now, it's just not happening. But it's not about finding someone or finding an actor who will then be tasked with the idea of carrying the flag. It's about actually all of us, private sector and public sector, creating a context where we are going to be obsessed for efficiency, we are going to be obsessed in creating a better experience, no matter who are we or who our clients or our public is. So I'm very calm and candid about the fact that we are up, we are down, or we are left or right. I don't care. What I do care today is that we have a huge opportunity. We are the last ones in the DESI index, although we see ourselves as a tech nation. And I do believe that putting this aspiration, private and public sector ahead of us, that we are becoming a true tech nation, is something which will take us forward. And then everything else will follow.
Thank you so much. Mr. Sărmaș, are we going to be a tech nation? What are the plans?
I like a lot what Mr. Mania said before, that it's somehow related to the nation, to the potential of the people, how digitalized the public sector is. Indeed, we have to evolve together. That's true. We have a chance we never had before. These years that are coming. Actually, maybe if for private sector it was clear for a while that they need to suffer digital transformation process, this wasn't as clear for the public sector as well. And maybe that was understood in a wrong manner, I may say. The accent was always on small islands of digitalization and not a real digital transformation at the national level. And maybe other mistake that we done before was that when you try to change the public services, the way that you are delivering the public services through a digital transformation process, you have to look at the three pillars. One is connectivity, the other one is infrastructure, digital infrastructure, and when I say digital infrastructure, I mean both application and cloud infrastructure and so on. And the other one is human resources, the digital skills you have at the level of public servants, for example, but not only. So we missed a lot of them. For example, almost no one invested in the digital skills of public servants. It's impossible to deliver digital services at the higher level if you don't have the people that can use those tools, that understand the tools, the potential, and so on. But I'm also very, very optimistic about that. And I discovered something that was not as important for me before being in public sector. When I was in the private sector, I didn't understand the power of the laws and the importance. If you are looking through the National Recovery and Resilience Plan, you can see over there a lot of milestones. Most of them are reforms that are linked to the laws. We have to do laws for digital first policies, we have to do laws for simplification and transformation of the processes and so on. So beside all this implementation, we have to start from the foundation. And the foundation is the rules that are governing the way that we are delivering public services. And we are in the Parliament of Romania, so we should start from here in order to achieve this goal of being a digital nation. In my opinion, everybody who is involved or who is a leader in a public sector should understand that in the future the countries are going to be led as companies. You need data and you need tools to analyze in order to make decisions. Otherwise, you will lose the competition against, or the competition. It's a competition between the countries. We are going to lose this competition without becoming a digital nation, and as you said before.
Thank you so much. I will continue with this this idea of you need a foundation, as you said. You have to build or rethink the legislation in terms of accommodating this. But we have to do it in the same time that we implement most of the projects. So I will go back to Mr. Puternică. How do we make this process happening faster? How do we learn from your experience? How do we use the tools that you are proposing for making this process faster?
I think the simple answer is by working together. I really like this concept because no single stakeholder in the society today can provide the support or the happening that the economy needs. If we are looking, for example, at the small and medium enterprises, we've talked before in the panel, they represent roughly 99% of the companies in the Central and Eastern European geography, but they also represent roughly 2/3 of the jobs, of the employment opportunities that people have. And these small and medium enterprises, they are not very easily, at least at this point, digitized because they lack access to maybe cloud, they lack access to technology, they lack access to tools. So by working together with both private and the public sector in establishing the frameworks that we need in order to develop, in order to deploy, in order to execute, if you want, a major program that is coming, the National Plan for Resilience and Development, all those good initiatives, and the national plan is not just about investment, it's about reforms as well. So all those good initiatives, they will not reach the full potential. So I think working on initiatives like Cloud First or interoperability legislation, I think will help propel, or if you want, will help speed up the agenda of implementing those projects. And I think, again, coming back to where I started, I think working together, I see a very good traction with the regulatory bodies in attacking those items, and I think for us, that's the way forward.
Yeah, I believe this is the secret in order to speed up the process for sure. I will move to Mr. Canaris in the same way. How do we make this transfer? Because you have, I can imagine at a group level, a lot of good examples. How do we manage to make this process of transferring these efforts and lessons learned towards the public sector, and not only to the society as a whole, as you mentioned, as Mr. Mana was mentioning?
Sure. I'll be a little bit more provocative. And I would say two important things. Number one, to the point about country competition, I think the reconstruction funds, the recovery funds are a once-in-a-generation opportunity to make things happen. And what I've seen is that technology, it's a beautiful thing. Technology can really grow the chasm between the ones that embrace it and the ones that don't. And countries cannot be an exception. Yeah? Mm-hmm. And for in the last 5 years, and especially during the COVID time, I've seen countries accelerate their digital transformation. So, number one, we need to collectively acknowledge that this is a huge opportunity or a huge risk, depending on whether we embrace it or not. And Romania has the opportunity to be ahead of other countries, even Western European countries, if they embrace the funds, or can be left behind. The second, for me, important conviction is that we need to let the private sector drive this. I think the government and the lessons learned from other European Union-funded projects that happened elsewhere in Europe, because, the reconstruction funds, the mechanism is actually not that different from European funds that have flown into the countries over the last 30 years, right? So it's just a big amount of money, and effectively it's free money for the government. So there are a lot of examples of how things failed when government said, you know what, we will do it ourselves. Yeah? In my opinion, the government should be there, working very closely with the private sector, actually letting the private sector take the lead in terms of defining what needs to happen. And the policies need to be there in order to help the implementation of it. We have the experience from many European markets, because all of Europe is at the moment grappling with exactly the same issues. And we have good examples of implementation. And I'll mention an example of Spain, where in the SME digitalization, let's say, bucket from the reconstruction funds, they let operators and banks take the lead. They defined specific packages for, I think it was 10 or 15 different digitalization packages. They industrialized the solution, let's say, for the enterprises. And all the funds are now flowing through operators and banks in Spain to go to the end customer, which obviously is the small and medium enterprises. Why did they do that? Because they recognized that the speed to absorb funds massively increases by putting the private sector in the forefront. So, number one, let's recognize that this is an opportunity for Romania, or it can be a big risk for Romania if we embrace or not. Number two, for me, put the private sector ahead.
Yes, it's a very good idea. And I will move to Mr. Mana. I personally love the idea of digital evolution, not digital transformation only. It's more aspirational, I have to agree. But how we get there? I mean, it's not in terms of process, because I can feel energized in the next moment I speak with you, but what happens after we leave the room?
Look, I mean, you heard Bogdan and Achilleas already. It's about working together and give room to the use cases which can be executed first. And then see if they make a difference. After that, if they make a difference, then scale up. Wow,
So pressure is on us.
Easy to say. No, but seriously, easy to say, hard to do. Look, I think it's great that we have this conversation, because now we are exposed, so we can't take our words back. But at the end of the day, it's about actually serving people, right? With goods and services. Technology is an enabler, right? It's something which can help us be closer to the people and actually at least save time to them. I'm not saying provide a beautiful experience, at least save time. Now, large companies, traditional companies like mine, right, or like public sector, are like oil tankers, right? Very hard to turn. No matter how fast or how big the engine is, it's going to be hard to turn. Actually, turning it too fast, you risk to break it. I don't know if you've seen accidents at the high seas, but it can happen. So this working together, which both Bogdan and Achilleas were mentioning, should allow creating a context, right, where we can say, first of all, is our aspiration to embrace technology as a way of doing better and faster things? If the answer is yes, then you can create an aspirational mission, Romania Tech Nation, in which, as you know, I do believe in. But then we should start working, and we should start working without barriers, no matter if we are large tankers or if we are basically talking about creating something which, you know, I am obsessed about, an ecosystem for the startups, right? Those startups, in fact, are, in terms of way of working and potentially solutions, the very fast pilot boats who are coming ahead of the tankers when we are reaching ports. And this is something which actually should be allowed by law. In fact, we should be forced to do that by law. Because this is how you create context, and this is how basically you are able to, I don't know, give a reachable and achievable aspiration to the kids who are 14 and 16 years old and are winning informatic Olympiads, or the ones who are thinking to create precision agriculture. It doesn't matter in which sector we are talking about. It's about how we are employing and how we are harvesting this creative tension to the benefit of the people, to the benefit of the society. So you heard Bogdan and Achilleas. This is how we need to do it, which is need to be calm and candid and create as many use cases and learn from these use cases as we never did before. But it's not about the big decision maker. It's not about the big corporation or about the student who has a dream. It's about all of us.
Yes, indeed. But coming back to Mr. Sărmaș and continuing this idea, it's about everybody coming together. How we make this bridge unite, I mean, somehow, because you have an open hand from the business sector. How can we find the paths towards the public administration? And a bracket here, we talk about digital transformation of the public administration, and you talk about the legal framework, but it's the reform of the administration also, not in terms of digital transformation, but in terms of their reform, their services, the experience that everybody was mentioned. How do we want? How can we get there, and how can we get there faster in collaboration?
Yeah, you are just giving the chance to tell you a bit about the project that, for example, Aspen is going to be part of. We are doing bad in DESI. It's real, but we are doing good in two dimensions. One of them is connectivity. In the other one, it's the number of IT&C graduates we have each year, and actually the number of experts we have in Romania. But this is not a win that is going to last forever. We have to pay attention both to the connectivity and the IT&C graduates, because yeah, it's not forever. And if we have those specialists, those extremely professional guys in Romania, we have to use that. And talking about that project, for example, at the level of the Committee of Technology, Information and Communications for Chamber of Deputies, the committee I'm leading, we build a working group. I'm going to say the name for the first time in public. It's going to be tech and law and tech lab, which is trying to make all these laws, which are milestones in a national resilience and recovery program, together with the industry. Don't understand that we are going to move the legislative process out of Parliament. It's not going to happen that. But we are going to move. We are going to move together in finding the stakeholders, setting up the objectives, the way we are going to reach the objectives, seeing the risk, seeing the good practices in other countries, and so on. Because I understand that the public sector has to work always with the guys, with the industry, the civil society, the university, and so on, because the laws has the first impact not on the parliament itself, but on the society in general. And I've seen that we are on the same page somehow. Some of the biggest priorities we have at the level of this committee is going, and at the Committee of Technology, Information and Communication, it's a law for a cloud-first policy, and the other one for interoperability. And there are actually milestones in PNR as well. So we are thinking that way. It's true that not in all institutions, but it's start happening, because there is a lack of experts in public institutions. We know that it's very difficult to keep the professional guy from IT&C in a public institution because the revenue it's far less than in the private sector. And the only way we can succeed and make this transfer from the private sector to the public sector is by having teams that are working together in a constant way, not just meeting once a month or each 2 months and so on, and after that we are going to start over and over again. So building teams that are working together on a specific plan, making a plan that can last for, I don't know, other guys that are going to replace us at a point, is the most important thing. And that's a very important, it's a major thing in the resilience program, that you cannot change the path. You have milestones there, and you have to follow in order to get the money. This is very important. It's not going to be changed, at least not easily, for us.
Thank you. After all, it's a question of trust, and trust that we are going together on a same way. From this point of view, I'll move back to Mr. Putinka. You mentioned digital first, cloud first policies, and I'm happy to hear that are embraced by the legislators. But coming back to this trust, it's, let's say, final question and a quick answer. What do you expect to happen tomorrow? What do you expect as a first measure to see and say, look, this is going to, I'm all in to say. I know you are, but for the sake of the argument, what do you expect to happen tomorrow from in Romania, not necessarily from
in the context of what we've been discussing and building on what my colleagues in the panel have said, I think one way of working together that we can very easily deploy and very easily put into motion is education. I know that there are, I think, maybe 9 out of 10 companies in 2020, 2021 are reporting back that they have skills gaps in the workforce. The office environment is changed, is no longer what it used to be, and pretty much all the jobs are becoming now digital. And I think one way to deploy education to improve on the level of availability of talent in the country, which is driving an enormous growth for our sector, I think there is a clear path to probably reaching 10% of the gross domestic product in 5 years or something. I think education and driving the startup ecosystem. I know Sergio is running a great initiative at its bank with an accelerator for that. Microsoft has a huge program worldwide that improves startups' access to marketing, to technical resources, to sales resources, basically helping them scale. And if we do that, education and helping the startup ecosystem in Romania grow, I think we are on a great start.
Thank you. And moving back to Vodafone, I know the education is part of that, and I was noticing also and looking for a quick answer. People are using their phones, but when you go to the public administration, they suddenly forgot how to use the digital space, let's say. But how can we not only move faster, but how can we make this education be available, let's say, more broadly? And because, I mean, it's a habit after all, and how can we push for this habit, not only to make a call or send a message, but also to pay my, my taxes? Why not?
Well, I mean, it's a question of infrastructure, right? All I can say is that if the willingness is there, the technology can allow a very quick transformation, and I can speak on behalf of my home country, where we used to be the Neanderthals of digitalization only a few years back, but all it took was quite a visionary minister of digital transformation, and now I can go online and practically do everything online. I don't believe it. Yeah, we always used to joke about us being Greeks and always needing paper and physical signatures, etc. So, you know, let's use these examples. For me, I would like to see two things. Number one, I think we mentioned it in the panel, we need the sense of direction. So the money is there, but we have the choice of either tactically doing stuff left, right, and center, or set a direction and say, okay, what do we want Romania to look like in 5 or 10 years from now? What's the definition of digital Romania? From an infrastructure point of view, from a digitalization, education, etc., etc. Because to be honest, if we run this exercise and we clearly define where we want to end up, then everything else in terms of priorities, etc., comes together. Concurrently, for me, I would like to see concrete evidence from the state. Now that we have a stable government, and you know, it's a very welcome, let's say, development from our point of view, on starting to work for PNR projects. So we need to operate at two levels. One is strategically where are we heading, and B, let's already start to work. I like the idea of pilots. Let's find use cases. Let's create those use cases and use them as pilots so that we know what to scale up and what not.
Perfectly. Mr. Mana, a conclusion of the session before I move to Mr. Sarmash.
Well, I think a lot has been said, and as far as I'm concerned, we are obsessed with creating context, because we believe it's not about absorbing the money, but it's about changing the country, and it is about actually how we develop the country. It's not about the GDP growth. It's about development at the level of the household. It's about prosperity. It's about willingness to stay. It's about certainty that one can succeed here. And I believe that Romania, tech nation, can be the flag which can turn the tides. As far as we are concerned, if you ask me, what do you expect? I expect nothing. I know that if I start doing something with Bogdan or with Achilleas and we will be able to give it to 100,000 people, we will do it. I know that we want to put a 10x label on our accelerator and we will deliver on it. I know that we will move from 500,000 people going through our Școala de Bani and we will reach 1.5 million in 3 to 5 years from now. I know that we will do this. And I know that other companies, small or big, are going to do this and the country will change. It will be nice, though, that we do it faster and all together. Why? Because the biggest corporation sitting here, acting in Romania, is in fact public sector. It's the only one of us having 19 million customers.
Indeed. And how do we serve this 90 million in the 2 minutes we got left?
By sticking to the plan.
As a message for...
Yeah, by sticking to the plan. This is the most important thing. It's not the perfect plan we have today. But we need to stick to the plan and go for the action. No action is the worst thing we can do today, because we have an opportunity, we have a plan, and we must take action. And what we have the chance of becoming, I said before, we have the potential of becoming the fastest growing digital economy in the Central and Eastern Europe. And this is based on the numbers, not just because I'm saying this. We have the opportunity. It doesn't mean that it's going to happen. And we need another thing. This process of digital transformation of Romania should be assumed at the highest level. In my dreams, the President and the Prime Minister of Romania is waking up each morning and is asking how the digital transformation of Romania is doing. So that's a must.
We should move to digital evolution, and probably will be more embraced by the political level, hopefully. Well, thank you so much. We managed to be on time, which is something that my technical team is pressuring me. So thank you once again. And from my point of view, it was a very good and profound conversation, and I'm looking forward to continue it. Because it's not something that is not going to be on the agenda tomorrow, and I'm sure, as you said, the collaboration will continue. And as a moderator, I'm looking forward to see what the discontinuation is going to be. So thank you all once again, and thank you all for being with us today in the room, and thank you all for being with us on the internet today due to the technology. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.